every half hour from 8:58 p.m. to 11:58 p.m. for live coverage of Election 86. Only on Manhattan Cable and Group W Cable TV. Every Sunday, visit the Annex Antique Fair and Flea Market, located at 6th Avenue between 24th and 26th Streets. Two great outdoor markets offer bargains in antiques, collectibles, memorabilia, and much more. Every Sunday, Antique Fair admission is $1. The flea market is free. See you on Sunday.
Who will shape the 100th Congress of the United States, and which party will gain the big prize of controlling the Senate and the agenda through the Reagan years and beyond? Today we exercise a solemn right after a frequently not so solemn campaign. In the next 3 minutes, the sights and sounds of this American election. Then CNN will be with you to report on your decision this election night, 1986.
Hello! Here's the kind of constituents you get in Florida.
Good morning. How are you? Thanks for your help. We sure need it.
Hi. Ken Conrad.
My name's Wayne Crouch, running for Congress.
Nice to meet you, Lloyd. Thanks for coming. I like your sweatshirt.
Hi. Hi. How you doing? I like those mittens.
Glad to see you. I've been wanting to do this for a long time.
Do politics? Good luck.
Mama, don't let your babies go vote for a gopher. He'll leave you alone, 'cause he wants to go home. Back to California, the land that he loves.
We're gonna get him. We're gonna win in November. Thank you very much.
We've got a real good chance to win and help this country.
Gonna need your vote tomorrow and then in November, okay?
You got it.
Heck, I'm not a great dancer either.
Very valuable for politics in Northwest Iowa.
I thought so.
Come to think of it, I'm not a bad dancer.
Look at this turnout. Eat your heart out, Ken Kramer.
Y'all eaten already? Yes, we have. How about you? You taking Alka-Seltzer now?
Now, this is what you call grassroots campaigning. That's it.
As a little present to you, we think you're a national champion as well.
It is a fishing vest, and I hope that you may be able to use this.
If you get these fellas back here, I'll be able to sneak off and go fishing once in a while. It'll be safe.
What people don't want is BS.
Dreams come true in California. Forge a new future. She'll fight for us.
What they don't want is weasel words.
I'll never be slick, but I'll do everything I can to make you proud of me in the United States Senate.
Help elect me to the U.S. Senate, and we'll stop this nuclear garbage dead in its tracks.
I'll have more time each day to work on Oklahoma's problems, because I won't need one of these.
I think that all politicians are dispensable. I think that one of the problems of democracy is they don't get rid of us soon enough.
This is CNN, a service of Turner Broadcasting System. CNN Election Watch. Election Night 86. At the National Desk, Don Farmer and Chris Curl.
Good evening and welcome to what the White House political director has called the Alamo, the elections of 1986. called it that, saying that Ronald Reagan would be playing Davy Crockett. He's referring to the war for control of the U.S. Senate. Republicans have it now, 53 to 47, and the Democrats want it. Some of them say they smell victory tonight. Well, that's our big story this evening, but there are other important and interesting stories. 36 states are choosing governors tonight, and the Democrats have more seats up to lose than do the Republicans there. So some GOP gains are expected in the governor's races. And as we do every year, America is electing men and women to fill all 435 seats in the House of Representatives. Here at CNN, news is what we do. And so we're prepared for a long, interesting night with live reports from dozens of cities and towns around the country. You'll hear from the winners and from the losers and from some of the people who claim to know what it all means.
Among the hundreds of races being decided tonight, the most important nationally are those in the Senate, because they will decide who holds a majority in the next Congress. A Democratic advantage could spell trouble for President Reagan's agenda in his last 2 years. A Republican win could help the president get what he wants. All 34 Senate races are important, but some stand out. We begin now with a look at 4 of the hottest key races in Florida, Maryland, Missouri, and in California. In 3 of them, there are women running, and it's a trend you're likely to see repeated throughout the night. CNN's Tom Mentir is at the Republican Senator Paula Hawkins' campaign headquarters in Florida.
Chris, if this is the Alamo, the candidate here, Paula Hawkins, is up against the wall and firing as fast as she can. Florida is the race that was supposed to have everything. You have a popular governor in Bob Graham running against a freshman senator in Paula Hawkins. Paula Hawkins used her close ties to the president. The president made several trips here into Florida trying to boost Paula Hawkins up. She has, of course, been trailing in the public opinion polls throughout this race. As many as 12, as much as 20 points, never really getting any closer than 6 or 8. The voting blocks in this state have just about everything: senior citizens, Hispanics, and one of the Hispanic gaffes that Paula Hawkins made could cost her some votes in the Hispanic community, where she talked about Mexicans and Cuban Americans. But Paula Hawkins says she remains confident. She says it is not the polls who vote, the people do, and she's hoping they return her to the Senate.
I'm David French at Barbara Mikulski headquarters. This is one Senate seat formerly held by a Republican that the Democrats just aren't sweating. 5-term Democratic Congressman Barbara Mikulski had a nearly 30% lead over Linda Chavez, former White House advisor, before Election Day. Liberal Republican Charles Mathias is retiring after years of popularity in a state where Democrats outnumber Republicans 3-1. In only one county are the Republicans ahead. If Mikulski wins, it will mark the first time in 26 years in America that a female has taken the Senate Democratic seat. Republican Chavez has been a Maryland resident only 2 years. Mikulski is a fixture here in blue-collar Baltimore, and while Ronald Reagan took a strong interest in the Chavez campaign, and so did Vice President Bush, most people feel that his fans who put him in 1984 are now in Mikulski's corner. David French, CNN, Baltimore.
I'm Robert Vito at Woods headquarters. In one of the nation's most hotly contested Senate races, Democratic Lieutenant Governor Harriet Woods battled former Republican Governor Christopher Kit Bond. It was a campaign that saw both bitterly attack each other on a variety of issues. Abortion was not one of them until 3 weeks ago. Woods' campaign began to air TV ads in which she presented her pro-choice position on abortion, a position that Bond opposes. Pollsters said it was a risky decision to raise that issue. Indeed, it may have been. Bond did not fight back, deciding instead to avoid the controversy. But while Bond kept a low profile on the issue, anti-abortion groups did not. They spent $100,000 in TV time broadcasting anti-abortion commercials. According to some polls, Mrs. Woods' decision to stand up for abortion had backfired. What had been something close to a dead heat is no more. By some estimates, on this election day, Bond is leading Woods by 7 percentage points. Robert Vito, CNN, St. Louis, Missouri.
I'm Ann McDermott at Senator Alan Cranston's headquarters. The veteran liberal Democrat voted early this morning and expressed confidence in victory, but many are calling this the incumbent's toughest race yet. Cranston is being challenged by a moderate Republican congressman who was so little known at the outset of this campaign that many voters didn't know how to pronounce Ed Schau's name. But that has changed according to a recent poll. Cranston, according to that poll, is still leading, but his lead has been cut to a single percentage point. This is something of a change for Cranston, who has represented California in the Senate for the past 18 years. In fact, in 1980, when President Reagan carried California by a landslide, Cranston had a landslide of his own in his re-election bid, a landslide bigger than the president's. One result of this tight race is a lot of money is being raised and a lot of money is being spent. Cranston has vowed to match his opponent's stated goal of raising $11 million, and many observers believe by the time this is all over, they may have raised and spent $23 million or more. I'm Ann McDermott reporting live for CNN in Los Angeles.
Thank you, Ann. As we said, President Reagan and his party, the Democrats as well, have as their overriding goal tonight control of the U.S. Senate. Traditionally, the president's party loses an average of 7 or so seats in midterm elections such as this one. Well, tonight that would be enough, as you know, to put the Senate firmly under Democratic control. The president also traditionally loses ground in the House of Representatives, where the Democrats already reign. They have a comfortable majority there. We have 2 live reports now on how tonight's results could affect decisions on everything from farm subsidies to foreign policy. And we'd like to start now with CNN's Mary Tillotson, who joins us live from the Capitol. Mary.
Democrats expect to do more partying tonight than they have in years because they expect to regain control of the Senate. That could give Democrats enough congressional clout to offer real alternative policies to President Reagan's during the final 2 years of his administration, heading into the presidential contest of 1988. Just how much power Congress has when it chooses to use it was made clear this fall, when the House and Senate overrode Mr. Reagan's veto and imposed sanctions on South Africa. But if the Democrats do regain control in the Senate, they are not likely to win so many new seats that they can ignore Republicans altogether. While Mr. Reagan may be forced to compromise in such areas as military spending and funding for his research of defense and space, he may also use the veto more. And if he does, Democrats will need Republican help to override any veto, because that requires a 2/3 majority, not a simple one. Even in the House, where Democrats have a huge numerical advantage, they could not muster enough votes earlier this year to override Mr. Reagan's veto of a bill to protect the textile industry. The American system of government imposes those sorts of compromises, and well in the new Senate as well as the old. Mary Tillotson, CNN Live on Capitol Hill.
I'm Charles Bierbauer at the White House. What is at stake here is a good amount of presidential prestige and a Senate the president thinks he can or may not be able to work with. The question of control, of course, is the matter of 4 seats. The president's men know that they can win a majority of those 34 seats and still lose a majority in the Senate. Boarding Air Force One in Los Angeles today, the president said he's not going to be predicting, but White House insiders say they've got about a 50-50 chance in this key question of holding on to the Senate. That's why the president logged some 25,000 miles in the past few weeks, visited some 24 states. He has been, over the past 18 months, in some states as often as 4 times. Florida is one that comes to mind, although the feeling here is that they're going to lose that race, that Paula Hawkins cannot hold on to it. It's why the president, at the last minute and at the urging of Senator Paul Laxalt, visited Las Vegas for one more try to hold the Nevada seat, one that they also seem a very good possibility of losing for the Republicans. The president has repeatedly been involved in what's called his last hurrah. He makes the point out on the campaign of saying, my name will never appear on the ballot again, but if you'd like to vote for me just one more time, vote for these Republican candidates. It may not be a last hurrah totally. We'll see him out there again in 1988 campaigning for Republican candidates, but this time he's after holding on to that Senate to work with for the next 2 years. The president's upstairs at the White House now, awaiting the results. Charles Bierbauer, CNN, the White House.
So that's just a taste of what we have for you this evening. Next, here on CNN's election coverage, an examination in detail of the battle for control of the United States Senate. By the way, so you'll know, we've divided the country into 4 obvious regions, and we'll be reporting from those regions for you tonight.
And as we bring you a closer view of the Senate races, we will take you to the headquarters of several of the key candidates.
Election Night 86 continues live from Atlanta in just a moment.
A lot of the media attention over the last several weeks has focused on the fact
that this is going to be a two-woman Senate race. Barbara Mikulski and I are both women, but that's where our similarities end.
No more excuses for spots.
Spots? I'll bet Harry unloaded the dishwasher.
Maybe she didn't see the spots.
Maybe.
I used the energy cycle.
No more excuses for spots with new improved Cascade. Under tough conditions like the energy cycle, other leading brands can leave spots. Cascade's advanced sheeting action leaves dishes virtually spotless. Let's start over with Cascade.
Terrific.
Everything looks wonderful.
Even on the energy cycle, there's no excuse for spots with new improved Cascade.
Sometimes a glimpse of the future can come from today's innovations. A perfect example is the Genie Genius, a garage door opener so advanced you can program it with these brain cells to perform many functions, like opening the door with a code, turning on lights by remote control, or detecting objects in the door's way. Who would have thought the door to the future would be in the garage? The Genius from Genie. What will they think of next?
We try to be fair, to cover a story and illustrate a human condition without exploiting human emotion.
They are beating the passengers, they are beating the passengers, they are threatening to kill them now.
One of the advantages CNN has over the other television news services is that we have the time to tell the whole story.
Whenever you need to see what's happening in the world, we're there.
When the United States attacked Libya, after a little bit of coverage, the other news outlets went back to their primetime entertainment programs, while CNN's viewers were listening to live eyewitness reports from our correspondent in Tripoli.
Frankly, I'm kneeling in a crouched position on my hotel balcony. If it weren't so horrible, it would be beautiful.
Our news continues just as our lives continue and just as the world around us goes on.
It has been said many times here and elsewhere, and that's because it's true. The most important battle today is for control of the Senate. The Democrats need a net gain of 4 seats to get it. The reason is something that the analysts call the 6-year itch. During every election ever held in the 6th year of a 2-term president, the president's party has taken a beating in the Senate. It's lost an average of 7 seats and a minimum of 4. CNN's Linda Tyra tells us now why having the majority in the Senate is so important to both parties.
The Senate races are the focus of the glitz and the glamour in this midterm election. Tonight is the night the Democrats have been waiting for ever since the Republicans wrested away control back in 1980. The Democrats predict they'll take back the Senate by winning in several key states where Republicans currently hold office or where Republicans have retired. The Democrats are most optimistic about making gains in Florida, Maryland, and Nevada. Most of the close races involve Republican freshmen who were swept in with the Reagan landslide 6 years ago. Tonight, some of those senators are in danger of losing their seats, and if they do, they risk losing Senate control for the Republican Party.
The U.S. Senate has been Ronald Reagan's best friend on Capitol Hill, backing the White House when it counts, most recently on aid to the Contras, chemical weapons, and the nominations of Supreme Court Chief Justice William Rehnquist and federal appeals judge Daniel Mannion. The Democrats need to pick up just 4 seats to turn the tables. The arithmetic is against the Republicans with 22 seats up for grabs, compared to 12 for the Democrats. 7 of these seats have been vacated by incumbents. Close races considered key to Senate control are in Alabama, California, Colorado, Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Louisiana, Missouri, Nevada, North Carolina, North and South Dakota, and Washington.
I think there are going to be some very, very close races that are going to be decided just in the last few days. And in many ways, it may be the candidate who makes the last mistake will lose.
With the stakes so high, the cost of campaigning has skyrocketed. It's estimated the Republicans will have raised more than $100 million for Senate races. The Democrats, about $10 million.
In state after state, the Democratic candidate will be outspent 2 to 1, 3 to 1, 4 to 1, in some cases 10 to 1. And yet we're able to make it a contest. That ought to tell you something.
There has been no single national issue running through the campaigns, but with the help of Ronald Reagan, seen as the biggest election year asset next to money, The Republicans have tried to make it a national contest. They've painted defense, and especially the economy, as the areas in which they do right and the Democrats do wrong.
Well, I don't think looking for the tunnel at the end of the light is a satisfactory economic policy, yet that is basically the policy that the Democrats offer.
We heard in 1984 that it was morning in America. For many areas of this country in 1986, there's darkness at midday. And I think that those voices will be heard as people go to the polls on November 4th.
If the Democrats win control of the Senate, they'll be in charge of the committees and the agenda, a tremendous political blow for the White House. For instance, the Foreign Relations chairmanship would go to Claiborne Pell, a frequent administration critic. If Edward Kennedy decides to head the Labor and Human Resources Committee, Judiciary would be chaired by Joseph Biden, who strongly opposed the nominations of William Rehnquist and Attorney General Edwin Meese. And Sam Nunn would be at the helm of the Armed Services Committee. Thus, Democrats would be able to control the votes and the schedule on everything from foreign policy and defense to trade and economic issues, spelling trouble for the last 2 years of the Reagan administration. The decision is in the hands of the voters.
Is some United States senator who can't lose, loses, and some candidate who can't win, wins. There's always that surprise that comes along.
Tonight, we'll see if there is indeed a wild card in the Senate races, which could tip the balance in favor of either party. Now, should neither party win a majority, if the Republicans and the Democrats split the Senate 50-50, Vice President George Bush would break the tie and the Republicans would control the chamber. One other scenario is that the Democrats could win with a one-vote margin, 51-49. That's a two-vote margin, but if Democrat Ed Zirinsky defects to the Republican Party, as has been speculated, Vice President Bush would then break the tie in favor of the Republicans. However, Democrat Senator Ed Zirinsky has not yet stated his intentions. He has said he will wait until after election night. Whatever happens in the next few hours will determine whether Ronald Reagan gets his wish for yet another Republican-controlled Senate, or whether it will be a brand-new ballgame in January with the start of the 100th Congress. Linda Tyrer, CNN, reporting live from Capitol Hill.
And we'll be talking with Linda again before too long tonight. We're going to begin our look now at the hot races on a region-by-region basis. The South and the Midwest are the regions where the Democrats could make their biggest gains. Analysts point to troubles on the farm and the slumping oil industry. Republicans hope to run strong in the West. The East has good news and bad news for both parties. And, of course, there are exceptions in all parts of the country.
So, first to the East, where there are 6 Senate races to look at tonight. The Democrats are expected to take one of those 6 away from the Republicans in Maryland, and they have a decent chance at taking away another in Pennsylvania. CNN's Gene Randall is covering the East.
Thank you, Don. As you mentioned, there are 6 U.S. Senate seats up for grabs in the East tonight. At least one of them is likely to affect the ultimate balance of power in the Senate. Most analysts believe that the Republican seat now held by retiring Charles Mathias of Maryland is destined to end up in Democratic hands. Here then is a look at the Eastern Senate races on this election day. In 1986, much of the East is enjoying an economic boom, and incumbents are expected to prevail in most of the year's 6 Senate races in the region. In Maryland, there is no incumbent. There were plenty of sparks in a Senate race pitting one woman against another for only the 2nd time in American history. The combatants, Democratic Congresswoman Barbara Mikulski and Republican Linda Chavez, a former Reagan administration aide. It was a battle to replace Maryland's popular Republican Senator Charles Mathias, who is retiring. It was a bitter campaign.
I do think that if you seek elective office, you should pay your dues. I believe that there are no shortcuts to assuming elected responsibility.
Barbara Mikulski is a San Francisco-style George McGovern liberal Democrat, and I'm a mainstream Marylander.
Campaigning for Linda Chavez in Baltimore, President Reagan issued an attack on liberals in general, on Mikulski in particular.
The last thing America needs is another liberal senator congenitally unable to say no to the special interest groups.
Democrat Mikulski was heavily favored over Chavez, but the race still attracted a lot of interest. The last time 2 women from a major party faced each other for a Senate seat was 1960. when Republican Margaret Chase Smith defeated Democrat Lucia Cormier in Maine. In Pennsylvania, incumbent Republican Arlen Specter has often battled with the Republican White House, and Specter rarely mentioned President Reagan while campaigning. One reason, the state's persistently high unemployment rate, especially in the steel towns. Though he trailed in the polls, political observers say an upset by Specter's challenger, Democrat Bob Edgar, was possible. Described as an old-style liberal, Edgar proposes dumping SDI, Star Wars, in favor of social spending programs. Edgar is a Methodist minister now serving in the House of Representatives. In New York, Republican Senator Alphonse D'Amato is expected to win re-election against Democrat Mark Green. Green failed to win the support of New York City's Democratic Mayor Edward Koch. He called him too liberal. Green is perhaps best known as a former top aide to consumer advocate Ralph Nader. After leaving Nader's operation, Green lost a bid for Congress. In other Senate races, Vermont's incumbent Democrat Patrick Leahy is favored over Republican Richard Snelling, who served 4 terms as the state's governor. In neighboring New Hampshire, the Republican incumbent Warren Rudman is considered the favorite. His Democratic opponent is Endicott Peabody, former Massachusetts governor. And in Connecticut, little contest for high-profile Democratic incumbent Christopher Dodd. His opponent, Roger Eddy, a member of the Republican National Committee, a naturalist, and a farmer.
The first polls to close the East today are in Vermont, where they shut down at 7 o'clock, West Virginia at 7:30. In Vermont, one of the nation's 2 sitting women governors, Madeleine Kunin, is running for re-election. She is favored to win. There is also a woman running for lieutenant governor in Vermont. Her name is Susan Auld. If she and Madeleine Kunin win tonight, it'll be a first in American history. The first time in any state, anywhere, that 2 women have held that state's 2 top jobs. We should have some numbers early in the evening from the East. Chris?
All right, thank you, Gene. Now we want to take a much closer look at the Maryland race. CNN's Francis Harden has this live report from the Chavez headquarters in Maryland.
Yeah, I noticed that. The balloons are in place, the room is set for a party, and the potato chips are on the table. But the chips that count, the ballots may not fall Linda Chavez's way unless the polls are very, very wrong. She went into this election trailing Barbara Mikulski by better than 26 points. With no elected record of her own to promote, Chavez went on the attack against Mikulski. And although religion has not been an issue in this campaign, Chavez found herself having to explain whether she was Jewish or Catholic. Chavez says that she did not convert to Judaism, but a Denver rabbi disputes her. Chavez formerly worked in the White House, and she had both Vice President Bush and President Reagan here in Maryland to campaign for her. Indeed, the president raised nearly $400,000 for Chavez's campaign coffers. However, his appearance apparently did not close the gap for her with Mikulski. Indeed, her campaign did not even conduct a poll following his appearance. In other states where he's appeared, the president's visit has been worth about 5 points for the Republican candidates. Even if Chavez does not win, this may not be the end of her career in elected politics. After all, 12 years ago, Barbara Mikulski first ran for the Senate and lost. Francis Harden, CNN, reporting live from Baltimore.
Thank you, Francis. We want to point out to you that in about 35 minutes from now, the polls will close in 7 states. The first polls to close: Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, Mississippi, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. So keep an eye out for those.
We're working our way around the country, and now we want to take a look at the Senate races in the Midwest. Democrats there hope to gain some seats, citing the slumping farm economy. One example, the United States sold $44 billion worth of agricultural products to other nations in 1980. This year, U.S. farm exports are expected to about half of that. John Holloman is covering the Midwest.
Chris, control of the Senate could hinge on what happens in the Midwestern states. Several key races there. Both parties know this and have spent a lot of money and time campaigning in the Midwest. But as late as tonight, many of the hotly contested races are still really too close to call.
America's heartland is one of the nation's most economically troubled regions. The farm crisis is hitting hard here. The state with the second highest rate of farm foreclosures is Missouri. That issue fueled the fight between Lieutenant Governor Harriet Woods, the Democrat, and former 2-term Governor Christopher Kit Bond, the Republican. They are vying for the seat left open by retiring Democratic Senator Thomas Eagleton. President Reagan began stumping early in the campaign for Bond, an indication of the importance given the race by the White House. It's a campaign sure to go down as one of the state's most expensive, with much of the money spent on negative advertising. Woods has tried hard to link Bond to unpopular Reagan farm policies.
We really have to stop the foreclosures. I feel that what this government's doing is just funneling money to a lot of big corporations.
Woods narrowly lost a 1982 Senate bid, and both campaigns say this race could go either way. The Democrats' best hopes in the Midwest are in the Dakotas. It's been an uphill campaign for Senator James Abner in South Dakota, the man who beat George McGovern in 1980 by riding President Reagan's coattails, may have met his match in Democratic challenger Thomas Daschle, the state's only congressman. The young and media-wise Daschle has given good odds at beating Abner, but the campaign has been bitter.
Does Tom Daschle really think the way South Dakotans do, or is he the liberal all his Hollywood and New York supporters say he is? Stick with Jim Abner.
We'll distort that Florida thing. Confuse him with Fonda. All the usual liberal stuff.
When we're finished, Daschle's mother won't vote for him.
Don't let them have the last laugh. Vote Daschle for a change.
The biggest surprise in the Midwest is this man, Kent Conrad, the Democrat hoping to unseat North Dakota's Republican Senator Mark Andrews. Conrad, the state's tax commissioner, wasn't given much chance against Andrews early on, but his campaign was aided when a close friend of Andrews was linked to an investigation focused on Conrad's personal life. Andrews denied any involvement. In Wisconsin, Republican Senator Robert Caston is favored to beat his challenger, Democrat Ed Garvey, the man who represented players in the 1982 pro football strike. But the race narrowed late in the campaign. Caston came under fire for a 1985 drunk driving arrest. Garvey has been accused of mudslinging for making an issue of the arrest. In a pre-election visit to Wisconsin, consumer advocate Ralph Nader jumped into the fray by suggesting Caston needs to be rehabilitated and not re-elected. Caston, for his part, says he made a mistake that won't happen again.
The latest polls in North Dakota have Andrews and Conrad in a virtual dead heat. And as recently as 2 days ago, when the last polls were taken, 14% of the voters were still undecided. So that one's going to be close. In South Dakota, one poll 3 days ago gave Abner a lead of about 7 percentage points over Daschle, but Democrats say that poll was taken the day after President Reagan moved in to help Abner. The Democrats claim the Reagan effect is now dissipated, and the race is once again a toss-up, as it has been for much of the fall. It should be noted here that not all the incumbent Republican senators in the Midwest had trouble this election season. The ones that didn't managed to put a great deal of distance between themselves and Ronald Reagan and his unpopular farm policies. They include Indiana's Dan Quayle, Iowa's Charles Grassley, and Senate Majority Leader Robert Dole. Don?
Thank you, John. In a moment, the South, where the Republicans hope to keep their momentum going toward making it truly a two-party region. And the West, which may turn out to be the late-night place to be for those tight Senate contests. CNN's election coverage continues in just a moment.
Hello, Governor. Hey, Sam. How are you? Good. Hey, good. Hey, nice to see you, Governor. I'll take you.
We do this every 4 years, right? Six this time. 6.
Oh, your 5-alarm chili's hot stuff.
Yeah, but how do we get rid of the grease? With a hose?
Oh, looky, we use Dawn. Dawn scatters grease, clears it away like a house of fire, helps keep it away.
Ha!
Look what I found in your boot.
Wash that? After all those greasy dishes?
Yep.
Looks as clean as the first.
You're learning, rookie.
And my hands don't feel greasy. So, what's on the menu for tomorrow night?
An old family recipe. Swedish meatball. And Dawn takes grease out of your way.
Morning is your time. The earth wakes up with you. Always feel that spark of life in everything that you do.
Grape nuts. For you, it's as natural as the morning. No sugar added, no preservatives. Just an honest, nutty crunch. Post Grape Nuts cereal. You know when you have it good.
Yes, you know when you have it good.
Should your name be on this envelope? It should if you or someone you love is age 50 to 80, and it will be addressed to you if you call now for this important information. Free information about a life insurance policy designed especially for men and women age 50 to 80. Life insurance with no physical examination and no medical questions. You cannot be turned down regardless of your health or for any reason. And your premium will be $6.95 a month and will never increase. Colonial Penn Life Insurance Company wants to send you the important information in this envelope, and it's free. So if you're age 50 to 80 and thought it would be difficult to buy life insurance, Shouldn't you call now? Here's the number.
For free information in the mail, call 800-257-1257. This is a free call, 800-257-1257.
Weeknights on CBN, Hardcastle and McCormick, two fun-loving guys.
Humbug.
Just trying to clean up crime.
I think we're doing just great.
And stay alive in the process.
He's getting away, McCormick.
Hey, Judge, I really don't want to go back inside, you understand?
I don't pull strings, kid. Come on, kid, let's move it.
You must be Hardcase?
Castle.
Hardcastle and McCormick, weeknights only on the CBN cable network. Just watch us.
I need it in the morning. It gets me off to a great start, a fresh beginning. If I get it in the morning, my whole day goes better. The Weather Channel's Morning Report gives me weather information fast, with local forecasts 12 times an hour. And Liz Jarvis and Dave Nemeth are really down-to-earth people. In my business, I need the Morning Report. I can't afford to have my head up in the clouds.
Get your Morning Report weekdays on the Weather Channel.
CNN Election Watch. Election Night 86.
Like the Midwest, the South is struggling with economic problems. Hard times on the farm, nose-diving oil prices, and the unraveling of the textile industry have taken their toll in the region, and this is expected to play a part in determining the outcome of the South's 9 U.S. Senate contests. 4 of those contests involve re-election bids by Republicans who won their first terms in the Reagan victory in 1980. CNN's Ralph Wenge is covering the South.
Well, this year, perhaps more than anywhere else, the South is determined to make its mark on the rest of the country. At stake, more than anything else, of course, the control of the Senate. Republicans having the edge of 53 to 47. But here especially, they are vulnerable. And of 34 senators up for re-election, 22 are Republicans. 15 of them rode in with Ronald Reagan 6 years ago.
Perhaps no Senate race is being watched more closely than the one in Florida. Republican Senator Paula Hawkins is defending her seat against popular Democratic Governor Bob Graham. The bottom line may well be measured in money. Graham spent an estimated $5.5 million for a job that pays $75,000 a year. And during the last 2 weeks, Hawkins was able to beef up her campaign with the last-minute $400,000 media blitz, courtesy of a coalition of automakers. She also had no trouble coming up with the controversial issue, the fight against illegal drugs. This in a state where drug trafficking is said to have surpassed tourism as the biggest industry. But Graham says Hawkins voted to cut funds for the Coast Guard's battle against drug smugglers. In North Carolina, it's a Senate race rooted in summer tragedy. In July, GOP Senator John East committed suicide. Republican James Broyhill, then a congressman, was named to take his place. He's been running for the seat on his own merits ever since, against former Governor Terry Sanford, a 69-year-old Democrat. The plight of farmers has emerged as a pivotal issue. Presidential prospect Jack Hemp of New York called the matchup the most important Senate race in the country. In Georgia, Congressman Weish Fowler, a Democrat, wants the Senate chair now occupied by Mac Mattingly. But Fowler has had a rough time. He had to watch Mattingly's television ads accuse him of spending too little time in Washington and missing too many votes. In his ads, Fowler accused Mattingly of voting against Social Security issues. Fowler has strength in Atlanta, but the election could be decided in the dried-out farm fields where, even before this summer's devastating drought, many farmers were plowed under by loans they couldn't pay back. Farmers wield 35% of Georgia's vote, and since most are politically conservative, that bodes well for Republican Mattingly. In Louisiana, the battle is over the Senate seat held by Democrat Russell Long, who's retiring. In the ring, Republican Congressman W. Henson Moore and Democratic Congressman John Breaux. The oil slump has left Louisiana with the second highest unemployment rate in the country, and that made jobs the big issue in the campaign.
The trade policy, the agricultural policy, the energy policy in particular, I think are crippling us in Louisiana. And these are Republican policies.
Stop complaining. Stop moaning. Stop saying it's going to get worse. Stop assessing the blame and start planning for the future.
In Alabama, Congressman Richard Shelby, a Democrat, has waged a rough battle against Republican Senator Jeremiah Denham. But the state Democratic Party is in shambles because of a feud between two Democrats who want to be governor. That split could cost Shelby some crucial votes. For years now, Oklahoma has been awash in oil money. Then the price took a nosedive. In 4 years, 32 of the state's banks have become insolvent. Small businesses are shutting down. Unemployment is rampant. Farm foreclosures have reached record levels. These issues have dominated a close Senate race between Republican incumbent Don Nichols and his Democratic challenger, Congressman James Jones. In Arkansas, Republican Asa Hutchinson is running against Democratic Senator Dale Bumpers, who wants to return to Washington for a third term and may even have his eye on the White House. Hutchinson is best known as the federal prosecutor who convicted the brother of Democratic Governor Bill Clinton in a cocaine trafficking case. Bumpers is heavily favored. In South Carolina, Democratic Senator Ernest Hollings expected to easily sail back to Washington, leaving behind his Republican challenger, Henry McMaster. And in Kentucky, Democratic Senator Wendell Ford appears to be another easy winner. He's opposed by Republican Jackson Andrews, a Louisville lawyer.
Even though a lot of the political analysts say that there are several interesting, good, solid races to watch in the South this year, still, the Florida race perhaps may be the most interesting. But in watching what happens there, keep a very sharp eye out tonight on what happens in the gubernatorial race. The mayor of Tampa, Bob Martinez, running a very close and very tight race against Steve Patrick, who is a former state representative. If Martinez wins tonight, will it be strong enough to bring Paula Hawkins in on his coattails? The general view on that is split. Hawkins did get some important help just about a week and a half ago from a coalition of automakers who contributed $400,000 to her campaign. And last week, she won a victory when a judge ruled that 3 newspapers could not force her to release her medical records after she had filed suit against the television station because of an accident she suffered about 3 years ago. One more point I want to bring out, Don, is the fact that tonight we're seeing that the race in Georgia between Mattingly and Fowler has become extremely tight. The reason is because of an extremely heavy turnout in the state of Georgia, higher perhaps than what had originally been predicted. And a good part of that vote is coming from the rural areas of Georgia, especially the rural South. These are the farm votes, and these are the people who ordinarily would have gone for Mattingly as conservative voters. However, this year, these farmers are angry. They have suffered a severe drought, and they have also had a very devastating problem with the farm economy, and they're angry at the Republican administration for that. So that's the story there. Don?
Ralph, thank you. The state officials in Georgia, by the way, expected no more than 46% of the people to vote who are registered. And then yesterday they even revised their estimations down as low as 40%. So perhaps they were wrong. Now back to Florida. We've heard a lot about Paula Hawkins. We visited her headquarters already earlier this evening. The Democrats do not expect to lose in Florida. If they do, it will be a surprise to them. Let's go to the headquarters now of the Democratic candidate and CNN's John Zarrella. John.
Don, that certainly is true. The Democrats do not expect to lose here tonight. Governor Bob Graham, perhaps of any Democrat in the country, goes into today's election as figuring to be a shoo-in, figuring with a solid 10-point lead in most polls on Election Day. He had a solid lead throughout the election, throughout the campaign for many, many months until mid-September. And then Senator Hawkins began cutting into that lead. And on September 16th, it was the governor, Governor Graham, who came out on the attack, on the offensive, with a commercial that we've already heard about that stated that Governor Graham, that Senator Hawkins was not strong on drugs, that she was soft on drugs, criticizing her for her vote on the Coast Guard and for education money for children. This started the one issue that became a huge, huge debate throughout the entire campaign. The single issue, the single dominant issue of the campaign was the drug issue. On this, both pollsters say it turned out a wash, a draw. But the governor himself has maintained throughout the campaign that he is not a liberal, not a conservative, not a moderate. And it's appeared to have worked for him. Coming into Election Day, again, perhaps a 10-point lead, the pollsters saying that he's strong all over the state, even in Central Florida, where Senator Hawkins has her biggest strength. So right now, a very confident Democratic headquarters here, expecting that Governor Graham will become Senator Graham very early this evening. This is John Zarrella reporting live from the Democratic headquarters in Tallahassee.
John, thank you. All the polls in Florida will be closed at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, not too long from now. CNN will be bringing you the first figures on the Hawkins-Graham race, one of the key races we're tracking tonight. We'll bring them to you as soon as they're available. Don.
Now to the West, Ronald Reagan's political backyard, some say. The West, of course, went big for Mr. Reagan in 1980 and in 1984. In the closing days of Election 86, the president devoted a lot of his time and energy to stumping in this region, asking his supporters to back him one last time by voting for the Republican candidates. CNN's Lou Waters is covering the West. Lou.
It's been said of each region so far, and in the West, it's no less true that if the Republicans are to have a shot at retaining control of the Senate, they're going to have to do well here. In Idaho, an important contest where incumbent Republican Senator Steven Sims is virtually deadlocked with Democratic Governor John Evans, as he has been most of the past year. Expensive ad campaigns have not been necessary in Idaho, where television time is so inexpensive. Boise, the biggest media market, charges only $500 for a 30-second commercial on primetime television. Nonetheless, Republican Sims was one of only 4 candidates in the country to receive $1 million from political action committees. President Reagan knows how important the West is, as Don Farmer mentioned. Last week he was in Idaho stumping for Sims, and he has traveled in the West extensively, not only to raise money, but to generate excitement.
There are too many exciting challenges still before America, and too much business that still must be completed in these next 2 years. And I don't want my hands tied by a totally hostile Congress.
In Colorado, Gary Hart won his 1980 Senate race by just 19,000 votes. But this time, Hart is retiring to pursue presidential ambitions, and Republicans think they have a shot. All indications are it's a dead heat between 2 congressmen, Tim Wirth, the liberal Democrat, and Ken Kramer, the conservative Republican. The men are polar opposites on issues. The voters apparently are ambivalent on issues. It's a race to watch. In Nevada, another crucial battleground for control of the Senate, Republican Senator Paul Laxalt, another presidential aspirant, is giving up his seat, and Democrat Representative Harry Reid, who came close to beating Laxalt in 1980, appears to have the edge, but not by much. Reid's opponent is Jim Santini, a former Democratic congressman turned Republican. This race is close. In California, Alan Cranston, the Democratic incumbent, has steadily been losing ground to GOP challenger Ed Schau. It's been a video campaign which offers a glimpse of where national politics may be heading.
Republicans and Democrats alike voted for sanctions, but not Ed Schau. Do you want a senator who stands with the extremists?
In Washington, despite an overwhelming vote by the United States Senate to impose a death penalty for drug pushers who willfully murder, California Senator Alan Cranston voted no. The vote shouldn't come as a surprise to Californians. Cranston also voted against the death penalty for terrorists and hijackers who murdered.
The candidates have waged their battle on television, and most of their time has been spent raising money to pay for the television commercials. The mostly negative pitch of the Schau campaign ads has made an impact, but Cranston still is the favorite. Near the end of the campaign, a conservative political action committee launched a television blitz designed to make the president's space defense system an issue. One of the targets, Cranston.
This is the politician who consistently voted against our space defense. In other words, let's make a deal and take a chance.
In Washington State, Republican Senator Slade Gorton is fighting for political survival in a tight race against former Transportation Secretary Brock Adams, who served in the Carter administration. Gorton narrowly finished first in the state's open primary, but his Democratic challenger could score an upset tonight. Other Senate races in the West seem cut and dried. Arizona GOP Representative John McCain appears certain to claim the seat of retiring Barry Goldwater. Oregon's Republican Senator Bob Packwood, Utah's Jake Garn, a Democrat, and Hawaii's Democratic Senator Daniel Inouye all are shoo-ins. We began talking about the West by mentioning it was the president's own backyard and the number of times he'd been in the West. Something interesting to watch tonight might be the result of the megaphone effect, as it's called, of the president's stumping. In Nevada, he has been stumping for the Republican candidate, hand-picked successor to Paul Laxalt, 3 times in the past month. And if the polls are at all accurate, it looks as though the Democrat may win in Nevada tonight. More about that later. Now to Chris Curl.
Okay, Lou, thank you very much. Let's find out what is going on now at Ed Schau's headquarters. Here is CNN's Greg Lamont. Greg.
Chris, they have pulled out all the stops in this campaign. A record amount of money has both been raised and spent in this very tight U.S. Senate race between Alan Cranston and his Republican opponent, Ed Schau, with most of the money going on media campaigns. As a matter of fact, Cranston doled out 68% of his war chest on the media, Schau 76%. As a matter of fact, In September, Shao set a national record by doling out $2.5 million on just 4 weeks of nothing but television ads. And the last several weeks has seen that level of spending maintained by both of the candidates. It's because Cranston has seen his lead beginning to slip away, and Shao thinks that victory may be at hand. Now, certainly, the big beneficiary of all that spending is the media. But very many people say that because of all this negative ad campaigning that's been going on, it is the voter who is suffering from it all.
Cranston believes that if a terrorist kills an American citizen in a hijacking, if someone commits murder, treason, or kidnapping, if innocent victims die in a bombing, the killer should not get the death penalty.
In Congress, Ed Shao has voted repeatedly to send weapons and missiles to the Arabs. Then he was nominated for the Senate and told a private group he wouldn't do it again. Shao, he's against Arab arms deals and for them.
Now, most would agree that this media advertising, the negative media advertising, leaves a sour taste in the mouths of voters, but the experts say it works. They say that it jolts voter interest. And pollsters say that positive ad campaigns these days simply don't work. And in this heated California contest, both of the combatants are hoping all the money they have spent on media jabs to their opponents will pay off in a knockout when all the tallies are in. Greg Lamont reporting live, CNN, Los Angeles.
Thank you, Greg. We're now just about 12 or 13 minutes away from poll closings in 7 states. So, as the evening progresses, we'll have results for you just as soon as they come in. We'll have more of our live continuing coverage here on CNN in just a couple of minutes.
I'm the first to leave my bed. Gotta get 'em dressed and fed. Give 'em all a little peck and some Citrus Hill Select. And their day gets going and their juices get flowing with the day supply of vitamin C. When the juice is from the heart, it's a healthy way to start. Citrus Hill Select gets your juices flowing. Citrus Hill Select gets your juices flowing.
Jack Nicklaus, for the first time, reveals his secrets for a winning game on this exclusive 2-hour video cassette, Jack Nicklaus Golf My Way.
The rules allow 14 different clubs. Fortunately, you only have to learn one swing. But the hard fact is that grip, aim, posture, and ball position account for at least 80% of good shot making. Does this shot scare you? Well, it really shouldn't. Let me show you the short game. Chipping. Its technique is a game in itself. Putting is no different than any other golf shot. This Golf My Way series is the one I've always hoped and planned to do just once in my lifetime. And I'm very excited about the way it's turned out.
Jack Nicklaus Golf My Way, $85 on 2-hour VHS or beta video cassette.
Really, I think it can be a great teaching aid to you, too.
Call now, 1-800-845-9000 for your 2-hour video cassette, Jack Nicklaus Golf My Way. That's 1-800-845-9000.
No battery has the energy to outrun the Energizer, even in a toy robot.
Energizer, it's a run, 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 it's a run, run. The Energizer, it's a run, 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 it's a run, run.
No battery outruns the Energizer.
Now, Democratic pollster Peter Hart has a formula he uses to try to see what's going to happen tonight. He calls it the 1-2-3 system. Let's see if I can get it right. If one Democratic seat falls to the Republicans and only one, Democrats are in pretty good shape, probably will control the Senate. If 2 Democratic seats fall to the Republicans tonight, he says, well, it's a toss-up. And if 3 Democratic seats fall to the Republicans, well, he says the Republicans would keep control of the Senate.
That's what he says. Everybody has a theory about that, including 2 of the best syndicated columnists around, Roland Evans and Robert Novak, and they join us in Washington. Gentlemen.
Thank you, Chris. Roland, the polls are just closing in the East. They're voting in the West. Not a vote has been counted, and yet I think we have both picked up during the course of today a deepening sense of foreboding among Republicans and elation among Democrats that this is going the Democrats' way. And I just had a prominent, very prominent Republican tell me that it would take a minor miracle for the GOP to retain control of the Senate.
Well, I agree with that, Bob, and I think, as you say, no votes have been counted. A lot of exit polling has been done. Not much difference between exit polling and voting. Of course, you don't know what happens at the end. I am getting a sense of deep concern and wonder among Republican strategists. How could this appear to be happening when we didn't catch it as recently as 24 hours ago? Now, when they talk that way to me, I got to take it seriously that they see a possible Democratic gain here that could move the Senate into a 53 to 54 seat majority. Of course, the Democrats are now down. I'm not making that prediction, Bob, and I know you're not going to make the prediction, but I say I agree with your sense of gloom that is being pervaded by the Republicans, and I think a lot is going to depend on whether the southern states, and of course Maryland is already gone, Florida's already gone, you got the three deep south, North Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, and the effect of that on the West, because the Republicans are not looking too good in the far West right now.
And you know, in the South, it's going to depend so much not only on turnout, but on black turnout. And that is something that is very hard for exit polling to determine the degree of turnout. Is there going to be a heavy black vote in Alabama, in Georgia, in North Carolina, which is absolutely necessary for the Democrats to come through? The other funny thing is, in this exit polling, I understand the early exit polling in the mornings gave signs of a Democratic landslide. By afternoon, it had really leveled off. So, you know, it's best to keep our powder dry, but the one thing we can report, I believe, is that there are very long Republican faces and Democrats ready to be very happy.
I think another we report that is pretty interesting, Bob. The President of the United States has put on an absolutely unprecedented effort here. He was in Van Nuys, California on 2 successive nights for Congressman Ed Chow. I mean, that is unbelievable for a spending of presidential time trying to offer his coattails. If what we feel is actually true and developing, I think we're going to see a change in the system in off-year elections with presidential support, because apparently it simply hasn't been working.
Well, one thing that has been working, we just saw a feature on CNN on negative spots, and you know, a lot of these negative spots are wretched exits, but some of them really do work. And Senator Jim Abner in South Dakota, for example, was looking like he was going to win, and suddenly they started hitting the old tired Social Security issue on him with negative advertising, and now nobody knows who's going to win in South Dakota. For CNN Election Watch in Washington, I'm Robert Novak.
And now back to the National Desk. I'm Roland Evans.
Thank you, gentlemen. Talking about the president's coattails, some wag referred last night to the possibility of Teflon presidential coattails. We'll be watching, and our coverage continues in just a moment.
One of these diapers keeps babies so dry, it'll take on any thick diaper. It's drier than all of them. Ultra Pampers. Even when it's wet, it's dry, because Ultra Pampers works in a completely different way. Regular thick diapers can keep wetness next to baby's skin, so when they're wet, they're wet. But Ultra Pampers' thin lockaway core locks wetness away from baby. You can pour on the wetness, but you can't squeeze it out. It's drier than any thick diaper. The winner is Ultra Pampers. Even when they're wet, they're dry. The driest. Now, Ultra Pampers in new boxes of 48 and 32.
Hey, you're eating Bran cereal because it's good for you, right? Well, guess what's in it besides Bran? Sugar. Up to 22 added teaspoons a box. Over a period of time, that can really add up. Man up. But Nabisco shredded wheat and bran is different. It's the only leading high-fiber cereal without a grain of added sugar in it, or even salt. Nabisco shredded wheat and bran. If you're eating bran because it's good for you, why add sugar and salt?
Nabisco. This young man is about to repair his own car. As you watch, he's actually fixing one of the biggest problems facing today's engines, clogged fuel injectors. He's fixing it with Mobil Super Unleaded Gasoline. Its advanced detergent formula can unclog fuel injectors and give your car a new injection of power. Drive your engine clean with Mobil Super Unleaded. High octane with a plus.
Every year, alcohol is a factor in over 25,000 highway deaths.
I'm sick of being preached at.
Better to be preached at than preached over.
Around the country today, people have been voting in some unusual polling places. In San Francisco, a hotel treats voters to pate, donuts, and John Philip Sousa music, calling itself America's most posh polling place. In contrast, some people are voting in private homes, in a fertilizer company office, in an RV dealership in North Dakota, even in a grain elevator in one town in Randall County, Texas. In fact, helicopters are picking up votes from an Indian village in the Grand Canyon, and ferry boats are carrying the votes from people in islands off the Carolina coast. Polls are closing now in several states, and we'll have returns from there just as soon as we can. One note, CNN has decided not to call any contest for one candidate or the other tonight until all the polls in that man's or woman's state have closed.
In the next half hour, we'll bring you a look at some of the contests for the House of Representatives, and there's perhaps a big surprise or two as we watch Election Night 86 and its impact on the future of the country. I'm Chris Curl with Don Farmer, and we will be with you again in 1 hour.
And our coverage continues in just a moment with Bernard Shaw and Mary Alice Williams.
What does the largest advertising agency in the world know that other companies may not? They know a building's being developed in the heart of the new New York, 375 Hudson Street, surrounded by the lively neighborhoods of Soho, Tribeca, and Greenwich Village, minutes from the finest restaurants, galleries, and boutiques. It's an area full of life and a great place to work. That's why Saatchi & Saatchi leased over half of the 900,000 square feet available at 375 Hudson Street, developed by Tishman Speyer Properties.
Hey, sports fans, check out FNN Score, the cable service that brings you great sports events, the latest news, scores, and more. Only FNN Score lets you be a guest just by calling in. Talk to the experts and athletes about anything and everything in the world of sports. And win valuable prizes with your sports knowledge on our call-in game show, Time Out for Trivia. So for great sports and good conversation, tune in, FNN Score. Check cable listings for your FNN Score channel or call your cable operator.
New York Telephone presents the thank you call.
Lauren, thanks again for dinner. Nice to know my new daughter-in-law can cook.
Return the favor with a call.
Good? It was indescribable.
A call that's welcomed with New York Telephone's low regional calling area rates.
Next week. Again. Could I get back to you on that?
So call and say thank you, please.
I can't live without you. I can't.
More than ever before, world events are reshaping the way America does business. That's why the Financial Times of London is a vital asset. It's the leading newspaper of international finance, business, politics, and power, and helps you deal with change and opportunity in a global economy.
The Financial Times, now printed in the United States. To order, call 1-800-345-8000. That's 1-800-3...
This is CNN, a service of Turner Broadcasting System.
CNN Election Watch, Election Night 86. At the National Desk, Bernard Shaw and Mary Alice Williams.
The main battle tonight is for control of the Senate. The Republicans come into this election with 59 seats. The Democrats, I said 59, 53. The Democrats with 47. There are 34 seats being voted on, and the Democrats need a net gain of 4 seats to take control, Mary Alice, tonight. In the House, the Democrats are expected to strengthen their already strong majority by about 10 seats.
CNN has now called some Senate races in states where the polls have closed. In Vermont, Democratic incumbent Patrick Leahy has been elected to a 3rd term, defeating former Governor Richard Snelling, his Republican challenger, who was coaxed into this race by President Reagan, even though Vermont voters, who like both of them, didn't particularly want to make a choice between 2 guys they liked. In South Carolina, incumbent Democrat Ernest Hollings has been re-elected to a 4th full term, beating Republican challenger Henry McMaster, a former U.S. attorney. And the Democrats have scored another victory in Kentucky. Incumbent Wendell Ford retains his seat as he is elected to a 3rd term. He defeated Republican attorney Jackson Andrews. The Republicans have won the Senate race in Indiana. That was expected. Incumbent Dan Quayle has defeated Democrat Jill Long. Jill Long was one of 6 women running for the Senate this year. Long, a city council member in Valparaiso, was one of, as I said, was one of 6 women running for the Senate this year. Now, there are 34 states with Senate contests tonight. 12 are now held by the Democrats and 22 by the Republicans. Bernie?
Thank you, Mary Alice. The polls have just closed in a handful of states in the East and the South. They'll be closed in fully half the states within an hour. And even though the polls have just closed in the South, there are several races that may already be decided. Out there watching the South is Ralph Wingy. He has those figures. Ralph?
All right, Bernie, thank you very much. In the House races in the 1st District in Georgia, let's cover most of the Georgia races right now. Robert Lindsay Thomas, Charles Hatcher, and Richard Ray were all unopposed. John Lewis, who won in the primary over Julian Bond, running against Portia Scott, who is a journalist. He is the winner that is being projected there. Also, Newt Gingrich over Crandall Bray, the Democrat. J. Roy Rowland against Eddie McDowell. And Ed Jenkins, who was unopposed. And in the 10th House District, Doug Bernard Jr., a Democrat, projected to win against Jim Hill, the Republican. In Kentucky, as you said, Wendell Ford, the winner against Jackson M. Andrews. CNN also already calling that win. In the House, in the 1st congressional seat, Carol Hubbard, and in the 2nd congressional seat, William Natcher, both Democrats and both running unopposed in this race this year. And Romano Mazzoli has been elected over Lee Holmes in the 3rd congressional district. Jim Bunning, who is the former star pitcher for the Philadelphia Phillies and the Detroit Tigers, is a projected winner against Terry Mann, the former state congressman. In the 5th, 6th, and 7th congressional districts, Harold Rogers in the 5th is running unopposed. Larry Hopkins expected to win against Jerry Hammond, and Chris Perkins against James T. Poley. In Mississippi, an interesting House race, which ended up being not much of a race at all, really. James Whitten, he's 76 years old. In 1984, he began his 22nd term in the House, and again tonight it appears he is going to win without any problem against Larry Cobb. Sonny Montgomery in the 3rd congressional district is running unopposed. Wayne Dowdy in the 4th congressional district is expected to win over Gail Healy, and Trent Lott over Larry Albritton in the 5th congressional district. And finally, in South Carolina, in the 3rd district, Butler Derrick, a Democrat, expected to win over Richard Dickerson, and John Spratt Jr., who is running unopposed. Bernie?
Thank you, Ralph. The polls closed just a few minutes ago in much of Florida, but they'll be open for almost an hour more in areas of the state that are in that central time zone. There's a big political difference between those two areas, as you know. CNN's Tom Bantier is going to tell us how that difference may affect the Senate race there. Tom, you're standing by at the Hawkins headquarters.
I'm standing by at the Hawkins headquarters, Bernie, and it's just about empty. The big difference in the two areas, Paula Hawkins, of course, will run much stronger in Dade County, in the Miami area, with the huge Cuban Americans that will be voting down there. So that those are the areas that will probably come in last. North Florida, the part in the Eastern time zone, will come in first. The Panhandle, of course, will continue to be open for yet another hour, but it's a very small area that continues to have votes come in. It's interesting, the Hawkins campaign has already started making some predictions. Bill Hart, Paula Hawkins' campaign manager, said about a half hour ago that if we lose, we will lose big, probably around 10 points. And he said it will happen early if it's going to happen. But he says the longer it goes, the better it is for Paula Hawkins. He says that if it's going to go past 2 or 3 hours, then it's going to be tight, and there's a possibility that she may win. Her family said earlier today that if she wins the race, they win. If she loses, they feel that they will still win because they will have her home once again. But Paula Hawkins is far from ready to concede this race, especially with some of the polls still open. She feels that she can still pull this off. She has, of course, been down by as many as 20 points throughout the campaign. Her pollster told her this morning that she, and this was the first time they admitted it, she was behind in single-digit numbers, that is 10% or less. And they figure the margin of error is around around 5 or 6%. So they feel it is still close, despite what all the newspapers in the state, or just about all the newspapers, have been saying. So they remain cautiously optimistic tonight. The party here is going to be one of two parties, they say. One if Paula Hawkins wins, another one if she loses. They'll be celebrating the past 6 years that she was in the Senate. This is Tom Intier, CNN, reporting live from the Hawkins headquarters in Maitland, Florida.
Tom, a very quick question. It seems rather extraordinary that before all the tallies are in, that a senator's campaign manager already is talking about what if and looking down the road, possibly if she's defeated. Since Bill Hart was that forthcoming on the predictions for tonight, and whether if they're in early, it's going to be over. If it's late, it'll be close. Did Bill Hart say anything about regrets about the campaign she's run?
He didn't say any regrets about the campaign she has run. Of course, you know, she lost several months while she was in the hospital for the surgery, but it was something Paula Hawkins wanted to get out of the way early. What he regrets, he says, is the treatment he feels they received by some of the editorial boards of the newspapers around the state. He claims that they were unkind and untrue in a lot of the things they said about Paula Hawkins, and said if anything cost them the election, if he had to look at one thing to pin it on, it would be the newspaper coverage of this race in the state of Florida.
Thank you, Tom.
Now for a look at the races in the East that have already been decided, though the night is very young. We go to Gene Randall, who's watching the East for us. Gene, what's the latest?
Thank you, Mary Alice. As you mentioned a short time ago, the polls closed in Vermont, and CNN is projecting Democratic Senator Patrick Leahy as the winner. Leahy, of course, a very high-profile Democrat, a member of the Senate Intelligence Committee. His victory tonight at the expense of Republican Richard Snelling, who served 4 terms as governor of Vermont. He had ridiculed Leahy as a legend in his own mind. Well, apparently the motto didn't hold. Polls showed Leahy ahead through most of the campaign, and tonight we are seeing in the only poll that counts, as we heard ad nauseum from Republicans and Democrats across the country, the only poll that counts on Election Day has gone in the direction of Patrick Leahy. In Vermont's congressional race, we are seeing incumbent James Jeffords as the winner over Liberty Union Party candidate Peter Diamondstone. There was no Democratic candidate in that race. It is too early to call the governor's race in Vermont. The favorite is incumbent Democrat Madeleine Kunin. She was the first woman to win as governor in Vermont, only the 3rd Democratic governor in the state's history. She is running for a 2nd term for re-election. A Republican opponent, Lieutenant Governor Peter Smith, and there is a complicating factor here, a 3rd-party candidate, Burlington Mayor Bernard Sanders. He was expected to take votes away from Madeleine Kunin, and there is a state law in Vermont. If no one gets 50% of the vote, then the election goes into the House. The House in Vermont is Republican. However, most observers say, even if Kunin's election is with 49% of the vote, or 48%, 47%, it is highly unlikely that the House would take the victory away from her. Going into this day, National Republican Party officials were hoping for at least 5 to 8 pickups in governor's races across the country. Vermont, they felt, realistically, did not offer much of an opportunity. The economy is too good, Madeleine Kunin is too popular, and so the odds are for her re-election tonight in Vermont. Bernie?
Thank you, Gene. CNN's election coverage continues in about 2 minutes, right after this break, and when we come back, we'll focus on some of the key battles tonight in the House of Representatives.
It's a real pleasure to meet you. Good to see you. How are you?
It's interesting to hear it called Reagan's farm policy. The farm law that's on the books is not Reagan's farm policy. It was a consensus bill that was developed by Republicans and Democrats in the Congress.
This portion of Election Night 86 is brought to you by the American Trucking Associations. Safety is our driving concern.
Out here, this is my office, and a day's work is a lot more than just putting in time.
Professional truck driver Ken Harrison.
There's just no way you can spend 40 or 50 hours a week behind the wheel and not think safety every minute. You could drive the same road every day, and every day to be different. Different traffic, different weather, different situations. You got to think about them all, because when you get right down to it, they don't pay me to drive. They pay me to deliver safely.
Lots more dishes to do and your suds fizzled out again. Think your bargain brand is really a bargain? Think again. One squeeze of an average bargain brand can clean only this many dishes. The same amount of Ivory liquid cleans this many, and this many more, about twice as many. Ivory suds last longer than the bargain brands, so they clean about twice as many dishes. And that's the simple truth.
Now there's something new about Ivory, a new everyday low price. The same grade Ivory is an even better value.
Hey, denture wearers, if you love your Paulin Green, would you smile? If you love your Paulin clean, would you smile? If you love it and you know it, hey, just smile and show it. If you love your Paulin Green, would you smile? Super Strength Paulin Green. You'll love the way it powers away tough food stains and keeps your dentures sparkling clean, even in between. If you love your Paulin Clean, would you smile?
Tonight, in place of all the scores from the world of sports, get all the live election watch results and analysis at 11:30 Eastern on CNN. Tonight on Larry King Live, America's going to the polls to decide some closely contested races. Look for complete live election watch coverage in place of Larry King tonight. Then tomorrow night, join Larry King and his guest, actress Jane Seymour, at 9 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night on CNN.
I'd like you to take our CNN hand right now and amble down Donkey and Elephant Lane to show you how we're going to be illustrating to you tonight what's happening in the tight senatorial races. 34 states with Senate contests tonight. 12 are now held by the Democrats in red. Republicans in blue, 22 held by the GOP. And CNN has called 4 Senate races thus far tonight in our election watch coverage. The Democratic incumbents in 3 states, Vermont, South Carolina. Ernest Fritz Hollings, having occupied that seat for 2 decades now, is going back to Washington as expected, and in Kentucky. And a Republican incumbent in Indiana has held on to his seat. All these candidates were expected to win, and you'll be seeing this map throughout the night as we show it to you. The Democrats always will be the red states, the red donkey, and the Republicans in blue occupying those states, and of course the blue elephant. Mary Alice?
History favors the Democrats tonight in the House of Representatives. A political axiom known as the 6-year itch goes like this. The party in control of the White House will lose ground in both the House by an average of more than 40 seats and the Senate by 7 or so seats during a midterm election such as this one. Tradition also favors the Democrats. They've held a majority in the House for 30 years. Going into tonight's election, they hold 253 seats to the Republicans' 180. CNN's Mary Tillotson joins us now from Capitol Hill, where she says this year's case of the itch may be just a mild one. Mary?
The 6-year itch, Mary Alice, is what voters are supposed to exhibit in off-year elections like this one to show their displeasure with the party that's been in control and presumably messing things up for 6 years. In the last several such midterm elections, the party in the White House lost an average of about 50 seats. GOP losses this year are not expected to go that deep.
Our goal is to hold our losses to single digits.
Even Democratic predictions are modest.
I think we'll pick up seats in the House, 10 to 15 seats in the House.
The essential reason House Republicans can expect to hold their losses to a minimum is because they have so few seats to lose. Only 182 of the 435 House seats were in GOP hands going into the election. But Republicans like to say it's Ronald Reagan that has undone the 6-year itch in '86.
I think we're going to turn history on its head.
Democrats are hoping the president will have an effect, too, a negative one, at least in those financially troubled agricultural areas and energy and textile producing states where administration policy is unpopular.
In describing President as a quote-unquote Teflon president, free of stain, that some of the things that might have stuck fall somewhere. And they've fallen in the Farm Belt, in the areas where the timber industry is hurting, in the mining areas of the country, and in areas where trade policy has virtually caused the exportation of jobs overseas.
But whether the president's personal popularity or policies will help or hurt is debatable. House elections are the most frequent and most intimate of all national political contests, and they are generally won or lost in the district, not in the national headlines. The one House contest in which Mr. Reagan personally campaigned was in Indiana for Richard McIntyre. But what may matter more to voters is the bitter race 2 years ago when Democrat Frank McCloskey beat McIntyre by a handful of disputed votes. There has been a great deal of national press coverage of the first congressional races for both Joe Kennedy and his sister Kathleen Kennedy Townsend, children of the late Senator Robert Kennedy. But while Joe Kennedy is a shoo-in, his sister Kathleen is not. By tomorrow morning, political analysts will be picking over the entrails of this election, trying to tell us all why the numbers went the way they did. But so far as the House is concerned, there is one certainty. Democrats went into the election with such a huge majority, they will still have it tomorrow. The only question is how big it will be. Mary Tillotson, CNN Live on Capitol Hill.
How big indeed, and however long it takes us to find out how large that lead will be, we're going to be here to tell you about it. We're reminded that in Iowa, a bushel of corn now sells for less than $1 American dollar. That's the lowest price in 15 years, and it's symptomatic of what farmers in other states are facing. While the rest of the economy appears to be growing, farmers are facing a depression. And out in the Midwest, the farm economy is the biggest issue confronting candidates. Also out in the Midwest, John Holloman, he's been following what's been happening there in those races. John, how have the candidates for the House faced up to the economy?
Well, Bernie, they are lining up with the Republicans and with the Democrats. You mentioned the fact that the price of corn the other day was less than $1 a bushel, and that was the lowest it had been in years. 2 years ago on Election Day, that price was $2.42 a bushel. And there is also the fact that inflation has cut the value of that $1 a bushel tremendously since 1971. Across the Midwest, Democrats are hoping they can translate the farm collapse into votes.
Autumn, harvest time. But for many farmers across the nation's fertile midsection, this year's crop is a harvest of despair.
It's a real pleasure to meet you. Good to see you. How are you?
Missouri farm activist Wayne Kreitz is one of several Democratic House candidates trying to turn hard times into votes.
Look at the support that we got in the primary. We carried every county. We averaged 76% of the vote, and I think that makes a very, very credible candidate.
Kreitz made national headlines in 1981 by raiding a bankrupt grain elevator to reclaim 30,000 bushels of his soybeans. He's challenging 8th District Republican Congressman Bill Emerson and making an issue of Emerson's support for Reagan farm policy.
It's interesting to hear it called Reagan's farm policy. The farm law that's on the books is not Reagan's farm policy. It was a consensus bill that was developed by Republicans and Democrats in the Congress.
In Wisconsin's 3rd District, another Democratic farmer, Leland Mulder, is hitting hard on the farm policy issue in his effort to unseat Republican Congressman Steve Gunderson. And third-generation Minnesota farmer Dave Johnson is trying to hang administration farm policy around the political neck of 2nd District GOP Congressman Vin Weber. National farm policy is a major issue in Iowa's 3rd District, where Democrat Dave Nagel and Republican John McEntee are battling for the seat of retiring Republican Representative Cooper Evans. Iowa's 3rd has been Republican since World War II. But Nagel gained an early edge when McEntee suggested that Iowa corn farmers beat the problem of packed grain elevators by simply leaving their bumper corn crop in the field.
Arlen Bowman.
Yep.
And
My
Liz.
wife, Liz.
Liz, good to meet you.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming. You farm?
Yeah.
Okay.
In Iowa's 6th District, Democratic farmer Clayton Hodgson is battling Republican Fred Grandy for the seat vacated by Republican Berkeley Bedell. Grandy, better known as Gopher Smith on TV's Love Boat, has not lived in the district for 26 years, an issue Hodgson raises at every opportunity.
Well, I think it's an outrage because I think the people here want a person who has lived among them, who understands their problems, and who's been around a long time, who cares about Iowa.
The major party candidates for
Indiana's 8th District is a replay of 1984, when Republican Richard McIntyre finished in a dead heat with Democrat Frank McCloskey. McCloskey was finally awarded the seat by the democratically controlled House, prompting Republicans to charge the Democrats stole the election. But 1984's dispute is overshadowed this year by local issues and the candidates' records. There's another rematch in Michigan's 10th district, where former Democrat Congressman Don Albasta is battling the man who ousted him from office 2 years ago, Republican Representative Bill Schuette. And in Michigan's 6th district, it's a rubber match between Democratic Congressman Bob Carr and Republican former Representative Jim Dunn. Each has beaten the other once. And in Minnesota's 4th district, Harold Stassen is running, again, against Democratic Congressman Bruce Vento. At age 79, the perennial candidate Stassen is expected to lose again.
Mr. Stassen looks pretty good tonight. The latest poll in the Kreitz-Emerson race in Missouri has the incumbent Republican Emerson leading the farm activist Kreitz, who's a Democrat, by about 17 percentage points. However, that poll taken 2 days ago found a whopping 25% of the voters in the district still undecided, and at this point, we really consider it a toss-up. If there is to be a farm revolt in the Midwest, we can see it in Missouri's 8th district. Bernie?
Okay, John, thanks very much.
The American West is a study in contrasts. 13 states ranging from the nation's most populous to the one with the fewest number of people. All of Alaska makes up just one House district, even though that district covers more than 570,000 square miles. The 2 House candidates there have flown at least 25,000 miles each to reach fewer voters than live in San Francisco, which is not even California's largest city. For the record, more people live in California than in any other state. Californians, Alaskans, and other Westerners pride themselves on being independent. CNN's Lou Waters has been following the races in the West. Lou, is there any single issue that might unite the West's independent voters?
Well, Mary Alice, there is no overriding national issue, as you know. The contests in the West to watch are those in the economically damaged states, where the party in power is likely to get the blame tonight. In Idaho, a painful triple recession in the farming, mining, and timber industry spelled trouble for a Democrat, Richard Stallings. But even more than economic realities, Stallings is in trouble because he is a Democrat in his staunchly conservative district of eastern Idaho. However, Stallings' defeat is not assured because his GOP challenger, Mel Richardson, a broadcaster, has not gone on the attack and has waged what some consider a weak campaign. Democrats in Colorado stand to lose the seat vacated by Tim Wirth, who's running for Gary Hart's Senate seat. Republican Mike Norton seems to be the clear favorite over State Representative David Skaggs in that race. Norton has campaigned nonstop, and the GOP figures this is a seat it can take from the Democrats. In Oregon, 6-term Democrat Les Aucoin is expected to beat his GOP challenger, State Senator Tony Meeker. However, this could be a test of the president's arms control and foreign policies. Aucoin is a strong critic of MX missiles and aid to Nicaraguan rebels. In California, 45 congressional seats are up for grabs, but the voter mood in California seems to be leave well enough alone. However, Bob Dornan's seat in the 38th district is one the Democrats would dearly love to win. Dornan, a conservative Republican, has devastated his opponents over the past 10 years. Assemblyman Richard Robinson is the current challenger. He's been waiting for Dornan to make a mistake, but so far this race appears to be Dornan's to win or lose. If the voters are up to mischief in this midterm election, we'll no doubt see a good bit of it in the West. Western voters pride themselves on their independence and unpredictability. One other campaign to watch for in California tonight is the move there to oust the state's chief of the Supreme Court, Rose Bird. Conservatives have denounced Bird and her court for sending death penalty cases back to lower courts for reconsideration or retrial. Bird defends the issue by saying the California death penalty law is poorly written. Opponents have used family members of murder victims in this campaign against Bird. It's an emotionally charged issue in which everyone has an opinion. At stake is Rose Bird's job. A month-old poll shows that Californians made up their mind months ago to get rid of Rose Bird. The question now remaining is, will Bird bring down other liberal Supreme Court justices in California, and can she be used against Democrats running for other offices in California? She's a political lightning rod out west. Bernie?
Thank you very much, Lou. It looks like 8 o'clock to me. We keep a list of all the polls as the hour moves across the nation, east and west. We know exactly when the polls close. In the east, the Midwest, the South, in the mountain states, the far west, and in the far Pacific. Some other networks are reporting that New Hampshire's, Florida's, and Alabama's polls are closed, and therefore they can declare winners. The polls for the state of New Hampshire, Florida, and Alabama do not close until 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Mary Alice?
However, Bernie, the polls will close in 3 more states in the next 5 minutes or so. The next to begin counting the votes are Ohio, West Virginia, and North Carolina. As that count begins, we'll bring you the first returns. CNN Election Watch, live coverage of Election Night 86. We'll be right back.
In the trucking business, you learn very quickly not to take anything for granted.
Professional truck driver Ken Harrison.
What's ahead? Over the hill or around the next curve? That's what you're always thinking about. You check it because you have to know it's working. If it's not working, it's not safe. And if it's not safe, it doesn't belong on the road. That's the way it has to be because nobody pays me to drive. They pay me to deliver safely.
Happy birthday to you.
Our folks will be here soon.
And you're not ready. Spaghetti. Yuck.
This better work.
Listen to Sudsy Lemon. Use my Joy. We've got muscle. Look, on tough foods like this, Joy is the best cleaning lemon brand.
My dish is still dirty.
Joy left its day sparkling.
Look at this. You can see yourself.
Remember, of all lemon brands, Joy cleans best down to the shine. It's a nice reflection on you and me.
To the 20 million people who still want news for breakfast.
Good morning. This is CNN Daybreak.
News, not fluff. Morning 6 to 9 Eastern on CNN.
I want to register.
With Selective Service.
Yeah.
Fill out the card.
In the high-pressure world of business, you can't afford to let your competition get a head start. You need straightforward information on world stock exchange trends, commodity and credit markets, and expert financial analysis. I'm Bill Hartley. For the market news to keep you one step ahead of your competition, watch Business Day, weekdays at 7:30 a.m. Eastern on CNN.
You're back with CNN Election Night coverage, 1986. As we've just said, the polls have just closed in Ohio, West Virginia, and North Carolina. It's 7:30 Eastern Time. As CNN's election team begins to follow the ballot count, we're going to check on news from around the world with Patrick Greenlaw. Patrick?
Mary Alice, thank you. Here's a look at some of the other stories we're following for you this election day. British envoy Terry Waite says he should know within the next 24 hours whether he'll be returning to Lebanon to negotiate for the release of more hostages. He says he's now waiting to hear from his contacts. Waite says there are reasonably strong suggestions that the next 2 hostages freed will be Terry Anderson and Thomas Sutherland. Waite is now in West Germany, where he accompanied David Jacobson following Jacobson's release over the weekend. Jacobson had an emotional reunion with his family today at an Air Force hospital in Wiesbaden. Tears were in his eyes as he hugged his children for the first time since he was abducted 17 months ago. Jacobson was held by the Islamic Jihad terrorist group, which is also holding Anderson and Sutherland.
The last I saw of the hostages, Terry Anderson and Tom Sutherland, they were well. They had a good feeling I was coming out. Stay in Frankfurt, because I hope to God that they're going to be here very soon. And standing in this spot, and Gene Sutherland and their 3 daughters, and Terry and his family will be here. And by God, I'll be down there with you and loving them too.
And doctors say their initial impression is that Jacobson is in surprisingly good physical condition. Iran is reporting tonight that President Reagan recently sent an envoy to Tehran to try to improve relations between the 2 countries. The report says former National Security Advisor Robert McFarlane entered Iran secretly with 4 aides. Iran says the 5 were confined to a hotel for 5 days, then deported. There have been published reports in the Middle East that Jacobson was released as a result of negotiations between the United States and Iran. Both President Reagan and McFarlane have refused comment on that report. And CNN's special election night coverage continues right after this.
More than ever before, world events are reshaping the way America does business. That's why the Financial Times of London is a vital asset. It's the leading newspaper of international finance, business, politics, and power, and helps you deal with change and opportunity in a global economy. The Financial Times, now printed in the United States. To order, call 1-800-345-8000. That's 1-800-345-8000.
Flamenco Puro, Broadway's new smash hit, is simply sensational. 100% terrific, raves the New York Times. The Daily News calls it mesmerizing. And Women's Wear Daily writes, magnificent moving theater. WOR-TV says it takes your breath away. And WNBC-TV cheers, Flamenco Puro is hot. Flamenco Puro at the Mark Hellinger Theater, now through November 30th only. For tickets, call Charge It, 944-9300.
May seem a bit redundant, but we've said it before. I'll say it again. CNN will not be reporting results in contested races in any given state until all the polls in that state have closed. As Mary Alice indicated a few moments ago, 3 states closed their polls at 7:30 Eastern Time. Now, let's go to Ralph Wingy, our man in the South, for what's already happened in North Carolina. Ralph?
Bernie, these are the races that are already been projected winners in the state of North Carolina. Actually, we're talking about 3 congressional districts here. In the 1st congressional district, Walter Jones will be beginning his 11th term in a win against Howard Moy, a real estate agent. In the 2nd congressional district, Tim Valentine, who begins his 3rd term in office, has been projected to win against Bud McElhaney, who is a school superintendent in North Carolina. And in the 8th congressional district, Bill Hefner, a Democrat, winning against William Hamby, a county commissioner. Hefner beginning his 7th term in office. Bernie?
Okay, thank you, Ralph. And now from the CNN team covering the Midwest, CNN's John Holloman tells us about the Ohio races that were settled even before the polls opened today. John?
Mary Alice, there were several races in the state of Ohio and in some other Midwest races we had a pretty good handle on before the polls closed. As you know, the polls closed in Ohio at 7:30, and CNN predicts that Democratic Senator John Glenn is safe in his race with Republican Tom Kindness. There are 21 House districts in the state. In the 1st district, we're saying that Representative Thomas Lukin, the Democrat, is safe in his race with Republican Fred Moore. In the 2nd district, Republican Bill Gradison is safe in his race with Democrat William Steinman. In the 3rd district, Democrat Representative Tony Hall ahead of Ron Crutcher, the Republican challenger. In the 4th district, Republican Michael Oxley ahead of Clem Craddy, and in fact has won that race. In the 5th district, Delbert Latta, longtime House member from Ohio, is going to remain in that seat, beating Democrat Tom Murray. In the 6th district, Republican Bob McEwen beat Democrat Don Jones. In the 7th district in Ohio, Republican Michael DeWine is unopposed, and we can certainly give him that seat. In the 9th district, Democrat Marcy Kaptur beat Republican Mike Shufelt. In the 11th district, Democrat Dennis Eckert beat Republican Margaret Mueller. In the 12th district, Republican Congressman John Kasich beat Democrat Tim Jochum. In the 13th district in Ohio, Democrat Congressman Don Pease beat Representative William Nielsen. Congressman Pease went into the hospital with chest pains on Sunday, and his campaign didn't announce that to the public until today, but it does appear that his seat is safe and his job is safe when he gets out of the hospital. In the 16th district, Republican Congressman Ralph Regula beat Democrat William Kinnick. In the 18th district, Congressman Doug Applegate was unopposed. In the 19th, Congressman Ed Feenan beat Gary Soldonic. And in the 20th district in Ohio, Congresswoman Mary Rose Okar beat her challenger Bill Smith. And in the 21st and final district in Ohio, Congressman Louis Stokes continues to maintain his seat and his position on the House Ethics Committee over Republican challenger Franklin Roski. And that's it from the races in Ohio as we know them now. There's several races still undecided there. We'll get back to you with those results later. Bernie?
Okay, thank you very much, John. Let's hope that the good news from this district will buck up Congressman Pease and get him back to Washington for the opening of the 100th Congress. We wish him well. Correspondent Gene Randall is our man watching the East. Gene, you've got something to tell us about West Virginia.
Right, Bernie, good news for Democrats in the Mountaineer state. CNN is projecting all 4 Democratic incumbent congressmen in West Virginia as winners in their re-election bids. In the 1st Congressional District of West Virginia, the steel belt of the state, Alan Molihan ran unopposed for a 3rd term. In the 2nd Congressional District, Harley Staggers Jr., a 3rd-term winner over Republican Michelle Golden. In the 3rd District, which includes the state's capital, Charleston, Democrat Bob Wise will win a 3rd term, the loser, Republican Tim Sharp. And in the Coal Country District, the 4th of West Virginia, Nick Rahall II, a 6th-term winner over Republican Martin Miller. The polls closed about a half hour ago, a bit over a half hour ago in Vermont. CNN is projecting Democratic incumbent Senator Patrick Leahy a winner of a 3rd term over former Vermont Governor Richard Snelling. We also pick Republican Congressman James Jeffords as the victor over Peter Diamondstone. He ran under the banner of the Liberty Union Party. There was no Democratic candidate in that race. It is too soon and too close to call the governor's race in Vermont. Democratic incumbent Madeline Kunin against Republican Lieutenant Governor Peter Smith, who has served 2 terms as Lieutenant Governor. There is a 3rd-party candidate in that race, Bernard Sanders, the mayor of Burlington. He threatens to take enough votes away from the major party candidates to put the election in Vermont's House of Representatives. If that happens, because neither candidate gets 50% of the vote, then the legislature will choose the winner. But it is thought to be highly unlikely that the highest vote getter would be deprived of the victory. And finally, in New Hampshire, those of you in a town called Hart's Location who have been waiting for this, here are your results. The first results from New Hampshire. 16 registered voters in Hart's Location. The results so far, for governor, the Democrat Paul McEachern, 3 votes. John Sununu, the Republican incumbent, 11. And for the Senate, Warren Rudman, the Republican, 10. Endicott Peabody, the former governor of Massachusetts, 2 votes. Unofficial returns, but returns nonetheless. Thank you, Hart's Location. Most polling places in New Hampshire close at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Mary Alice?
Thanks, Dean. If there is one big prize this election night, it goes to the party who will control the Senate. Now, there is a chance that this election night 86 could end with a 50-50 tie between Senate Republicans and Democrats. If that happens, it will be only the 2nd such deadlock in U.S. history. The first came in 1880. The Senate was split, 37 Republicans, 37 Democrats, and 2 independents. Eventually, a power-sharing deal was struck with the GOP controlling committee chairmanships and the Democrats controlling the Senate officers. We'll be back.
The man that was most suited for the job and would be more responsible to the things that I am interested in would be Joe Kennedy, and that's why I made the decision.
Rice-A-Roni. The flavor secret is in Rice-A-Roni's delicate blend of special herbs and seasonings. Ready in minutes for the whole family.
Rice-A-Roni, the San Francisco treat.
Noodle-roni fettuccine tastes as good as your mama makes.
Forgive her.
It's made with golden egg noodles plus a blend of Parmesan and Romano cheeses kept fresh in Noodle-roni's flavor packet.
Noodle-roni fettuccine, a bit of old Italy.
I said, clean my new fiberglass tub with Comet? And a leading fiberglass maker said, yes. I said, it'll scratch. And they said, this is new Comet. It's tough on stains and safer. Watch. Here's porcelain with greasy food stains and a delicate acrylic with soap film. Now, new Comet versus a leading scouring cleanser. They were scrubbed, then rinsed. The other cleanser left the stain and dull scratches. New Comet shows only clean. So then I said, new Comet still gets them cleaner. Now cleans them safer.
When the United States attacked Libya, after a little bit of coverage, the other news outlets went back to their primetime entertainment programs, while CNN's viewers were listening to live eyewitness reports from our correspondent in Tripoli.
Frankly, I'm kneeling in a crouched position on my hotel balcony. If it weren't so horrible, it would be beautiful.
Our news continues just as our lives continue and just as the world around us goes on.
We try to be fair, to cover a story and illustrate a human condition without exploiting human emotion.
They are beating the passengers, they are beating the passengers, they are threatening to kill them now.
One of the advantages CNN has over the other television news services is that we have the time to tell the whole story.
Whenever you need to see what's happening in the world, we're there.
CNN Election Watch. Election night 86.
No one expects a radical shift in power in the House of Representatives going into the 100th Congress, but we are following the balance of power in the House as these election returns come in. And right now, remember that the 99th Congress had 253 Democrats and 182 Republicans. Elected so far tonight, 37 Democrats and 17 Republicans. There are 381 races yet to be decided, so we're a long way from finishing here. The early returns tend to favor the incumbents.
Indeed, Mary Alice, a long way to go. We want to show you what the gains will look like for both parties. As these returns come in tonight, we'll be toting them up. We'll be showing you the seats retained by the party. So far, the Democrats, you see their figure, you see the Republicans, new seats, goose eggs in both those columns, and of course, goose eggs in the gain column. We'll be coming back to this particular illustration to show you how they shape up on both sides of the aisles. Now, this is an update on those figures. So we can see that on the left side, the Democrats have thus far retained 37 seats. The Republicans have retained 17 seats. Nothing extraordinary about that yet, Mary Alice, but as you indicated, with more than 300 races to go, the night indeed is still young.
There are a total of 129 House seats at stake just in the South. Polls are now closed in 6 of that region's 13 states. CNN's Ralph Wenge has been following the South for us and has an overview of the congressional races there. Ralph?
Mary Alice, we're going to give you that overview in just 1 second, but we had just received word, and CNN is calling the Alabama gubernatorial race for Guy Hunt, the Republican candidate, over Bill Baxley, the Democrat. Now, this is a win that could have been decided just about maybe a week or a week and a half ago. Charles Graddick, who is a write-in candidate and another Democrat in that race, decided just last week that he was going to take his name out of contention, and by so doing, eliminating a very messy and nasty race and battle with Bill Baxley. And when he dropped out of the race, that opened up a whole new ball game for Guy Hunt. Again, CNN calling Guy Hunt the winner, the Republican winner in the gubernatorial race in Alabama over Democrat Bill Baxley. Now, 1986 in the South is, of course, going to be a test of whether those who rode into the House on President Reagan's coattails last time can really hold their own. The Democrats targeted a number of these races for intensive campaigning this year.
This year, some of the most hotly contested House races in the South are in North Carolina. 4 Republicans rode into office on President Reagan's coattails in 1984. But this time, Reagan's free trade textile policies may work against them. 2 of them face stiff comeback bids from the Democrats they ousted. Former Representative Robin Britt, a Democrat, hopes to benefit from the fact that the 6th district hasn't re-elected an incumbent since 1978. In the 4th, Republican incumbent Bill Cobey may have hurt his bid for re-election when he sent out a campaign letter to fundamentalists, calling himself an ambassador for Christ. But in the 7th district, a political scandal could work to the Republicans' advantage. Incumbent Charlie Rose has been plagued by reports that he borrowed heavily from his campaign committee. Of the 6 freshman Republicans in Texas, only 2 face any serious Democratic challenge. One of them is Representative Max Sweeney, who could be the most embattled freshman in the House. Sweeney has had to defend himself against charges of abuse of privilege, pressuring his congressional staff to perform political duties, and lavish spending of campaign funds. The other vulnerable Republican is Joe Barton in the 6th district, which includes Houston and the suburbs of Dallas and Fort Worth. It is a district where Republicans gained strength after former Democratic Representative Phil Gramm switched to the GOP and went on to win the Senate race in 1984. The second biggest House delegation in the South comes from Florida, but the lack of partisan competition in that state virtually ensures the re-election of all 18 incumbents. Blacks are hoping to make gains in 2 important House races in the South. Democrat Mike Espy is making a bid to be the first black congressman from Mississippi since Reconstruction. Attorney Faye Williams wants to be Louisiana's first black congresswoman. She's running against Clyde Holloway, a white Republican candidate in a heavily Democratic district. Georgia's 5th district is expected to send civil rights veteran John Lewis to the House. Lewis faces only token GOP opposition after his upset victory over Julian Bond in the Democratic primary. Name recognition is not necessarily a plus for Democratic congressional candidate Ben Jones of Georgia. The actor turned politician may be better known as Cooter, a character he played in the old television series The Dukes of Hazzard. A baseball star turned politician is aiming to join the Republican congressional team from Kentucky. Jim Bunning was a pitcher for the Detroit Tigers and the Philadelphia Phillies. His chances of winning in politics improved drastically when his Democratic opponent, State Representative Terry Mann, was reported to have been voting in absentia by using a rubber band to prop open the switch on his automatic voting machine in the legislature. Louisiana's Richard Baker is the only candidate in the country who has already been elected to the House. The Democrat turned Republican won a majority in Louisiana's unique open primary and has already gone to Washington to get a head start on shopping for committee assignments.
Now, we should keep in mind that more than 2/3 of the House races in the South are either unopposed or considered safe. Now, let's go back to the national desk.
Thanks, Ralph, and we are just getting the first returns in on the Senate race in the state of Georgia. This was a key race for the Republicans and the Democrats. The Republicans so concerned that they pumped $200,000 into the campaign of freshman Senator Mac Mattingly early on. First returns indicate it is still too close to call. It has been that way for a couple of weeks now, and right now with 7% of precincts reporting, they each have roughly 23,000 votes, and they are split exactly 50-50. We will be watching this race between the Democrat Weish Fowler and Senator Mac Mattingly through the night.
At Mary Alice, there were indications that voting in southern Georgia, the turnout was much larger than both Democrats and Republicans were predicting, so those figures are really going to percolate up and down as we get more returns in. That was the Senate. Now, let's focus on the United States House of Representatives. The Democrats went into election 86, holding 65 of the East seats in the House of Representatives. The Republicans held 43. 10 of the region's 108 seats are open this year. Our man Gene Randall is standing in the east with both feet planted on the ground solidly. Here now with an overview of the region's congressional contest. Gene?
I'm not sure how solidly those feet are planted, Bernie, but thanks. The nation's most famous political family is fielding 2 candidates this year. Both of them entered in House races in the east. They are Joseph P. Kennedy II in Massachusetts and Kathleen Kennedy Townsend in Maryland. Here now is a look at some of the most interesting contests among 108 congressional races in the East.
I leave with no rancor in my heart for anybody. I leave with just love and affection for this great body. I'll always be a man of the House of Representatives.
In Massachusetts, after 50 years in politics, House Speaker Tip O'Neill is retiring. And the frontrunner in the fight for his Boston seat is Joseph Kennedy II in his first political race. His uncle, John Kennedy, began his road to the White House the same way.
First of all, we ought to all pay a little tribute to the voters of the 8th Congressional District.
In his heavily Democratic district, Kennedy is the clear favorite over his Republican opponent, Clark Abt, a wealthy businessman from Cambridge. Kennedy's older sister, Kathleen Kennedy Townsend, is in a much tougher race in Maryland. She is facing Republican incumbent Helen Bentley. Charges of carpetbagging have arisen in the race. Bentley is a former Baltimore reporter. She says Townsend is a political opportunist. The family connection should help, but the polls in Maryland show the race is close. In New York, another famous face from the political past. In Westchester County, just outside New York City, Democrat Bella Abzug is running for Congress again after 10 years away. Though her husband died in July, Abzug decided to carry on with her campaign. Her opponent is Republican Congressman Joseph Diaguardi, a former accountant whose more conservative approach was expected to prevail on this election day. 1988 Republican presidential prospect Jack Kemp is facing his first real political challenge after 16 years in the House. The Kemp forces regarded Buffalo's city council member James Kane as a threat, and Kemp was forced to set aside a $2 million fund for this campaign. Still, Kemp's district is mostly Republican, and he remains the favorite. In Pennsylvania, 5-term Republican Congressman Don Ritter came to national attention as the campaign neared its end, when he publicly admitted he had used drugs. Questioned by reporters, he said he smoked marijuana while a college professor more than 10 years ago. And Ritter insists now a recent drug test shows no signs of drugs. He is facing Democratic candidate Joe Simonetta in the state's 15th district, the Allentown area. It is not clear how the drug use issue might affect the outcome, although it appears to have given Simonetta an edge with voters. A present-day scandal grips the only congressional race in Rhode Island. Democratic incumbent Ferdinand Saint-Germain is the powerful chairman of the House Banking Committee. He was under investigation by the House Ethics Committee and state officials. He denies allegations he accepted thousands of dollars in bribes on a construction deal. But the scandal helped Saint-Germain's challenger, Republican John Holmes.
Let's play Saint-Germain Rummy. See if you can become a millionaire on a small salary just like our Congressman, Fred Saint-Germain.
On Election Day, the district was still leaning heavily toward the Democrats, despite the scandal. That's it from the East. Now back to the national desk.
Thanks, Gene. If we can sum up anything for tonight, it is that the people who have won so far were expected to win, except for Republican Guy Hunt, who has just won the governor's seat for the Republicans in Alabama. He is a part-time Amway door-to-door salesman with little political experience, and he said that he is going to have to pinch himself if he wakes up tomorrow morning a governor, and he looks like he better start pinching. CNN's election coverage is going to continue in just a minute. When we come back, Roland Evans and Robert Novak. Stay there.
One of these diapers keeps babies so dry, it'll take on any thick diaper. It's drier than all of them. Ultra Pampers. Even when it's wet, it's dry, because Ultra Pampers works in a completely different way. Regular thick diapers can keep wetness next to baby's skin, so when they're wet, they're wet. But Ultra Pampers' thin lock-away core locks wetness away from baby. You can pour on the wetness, but you can't squeeze it out. It's drier than any thick diaper. The winner is Ultra Pampers. Even when they're wet, they're dry. The driest. Now, Ultra Pampers in new boxes of 48 and 32.
Troubled by bad breath? Hiding your face in shame because nothing seems to work? Then naturally you need a Milk-Bone dog biscuit. Every delicious crunch of Milk-Bone helps scrape away plaque and food particles that can lead to bad breath. In fact, no other leading dog biscuit gets your teeth naturally cleaner and whiter or your breath fresher. Get Milk-Bone dog biscuits because naturally every dog wants fresher breath.
Nationally, it's the first opportunity for people to see the day's wrap of the news as it's happening.
Newswatch begins at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, the close of business on the East Coast, shortly after the stock market has closed. It's a time of day when our correspondents, traveling with the president, perhaps, will file their live reports. It's about 1.5 hours ahead of other networks.
Watch Newswatch, weekdays at 5 Eastern on CNN. For star-studded showbiz news, watch CNN Showbiz Today. Exciting places and famous faces.
It's happening on Showbiz Today.
Look for CNN Showbiz Today, weeknights at 6:30 Eastern.
Before we do anything else, we want to pause and go quickly down to the south to correspondent Tom Mentir. He's at the Paula Hawkins Senatorial headquarters outside of Orlando, Florida. Tom?
Bernie, we are waiting to hear something from Paula Hawkins. There is no band here playing political march music. There is records playing on a loudspeaker, and they are playing very soft songs here. It's not looking real good for Paula Hawkins in Florida, despite heavy turnout all the way across the state. But the numbers, of course, won't be coming in here. We have seen exit polls that don't look good. The Hawkins staff is up on the 6th floor of this hotel, and they have not said exactly what time she will come down, but it will probably be much later in the evening. Paula Hawkins is not expected to make any announcement early on, but stay up in her suite and come down when it is decided. They told me earlier that if it was a quick decision, that would mean that the early votes showed that Graham was steadily ahead, and it would probably be over very quickly with a difference of about 10 percentage points. If it dragged on, that it would mean that Paula Hawkins still stood a chance. But they admitted going into today that they were behind in single-digit numbers, according to them. The other newspaper polls around the state were talking about 20%. The extreme high voter turnout here in Florida supposedly won't help either candidate, because it will probably be widespread across the state, not in a specific area where it would help Paula Hawkins, like down in Dade County and the Miami area. It's spread across the state with high numbers. So it's probably going to take a lot longer to get those precincts in. If they voted heavy like they reportedly have across the state, it may take a while to get any complete returns in, even from any precinct. So it's going to be a wait down here. It may be a short wait, as the campaign has said, and that would mean that Bob Graham has clearly won, or a long wait, which means that Paula Hawkins still has a chance here in Florida. Bernie?
Thank you very much, Tom. Mary Alice?
And Tom Intier also has a long wait, as the rest of us do. Tom, return to voter turnout. It is as high, according to Senate candidate Graham, as 70%. That is a record turnout in an off-year election. So we'll see what happens in Florida. That is one of the tight races of many in the East. We're going to go now to Roland Evans and Robert Novak for their thoughts.
Roland, the notorious unreliability of exit polling is being shown tonight. What looked perhaps like a Democratic landslide now, as the exit polling is coming in from various sources, we're finding maybe 6 or 7 Senate races which are toss-ups. 4 exit pollers call the governorship of Pennsylvania a toss-up, but you know what? There are 50,000 absentee voters in Pennsylvania where the governor, Lieutenant Governor William Scranton, the Republican candidate, ought to have an edge.
What is really interesting about that, Bob, is that we have the Democrats picking up one Republican. Say what the Republicans have to do, of course, is to match that by picking up present Democratic seats. California, Colorado, Louisiana, and Missouri, I am told in the last 5 minutes, are right now all too close to call, meaning there is a Republican chance there for those seats.
For CNN Election Watch, I'm Robert Novak in Washington.
I'm Roland Evans, and now back to election headquarters in Atlanta.
Thank you, gentlemen, and CNN's Election Watch will continue after this.
Lumber Store, one of the biggest, littlest lumber yards in New York City. A complete lumber yard featuring plywood and lumber custom cut to your specifications. Shutters, doors, trim, flooring, hardware, and Dutch boy paints. Free delivery available. Low prices, friendly service. Call 243-6900. The Lumber Store, 71 8th Avenue between 13th and 14th Streets. Ask for Hank.
Thursdays on CBN. Dancing with the Manta Ray, a shark speeding frenzy, serpents of death, long-lost shipwrecks, a living battery, and fish that change sex. Join Leonard Nimoy for a fascinating expedition into the unknown off Australia's Great Barrier Reef. Beautiful and bizarre. It's the Coral Jungle, Thursdays on CBN.
Flamenco Puro, Broadway's new smash hit, is simply sensational. 100% terrific, raves the New York Times. The Daily News calls it mesmerizing. And Women's Wear Daily writes, magnificent moving theater. WOR-TV says it takes your breath away. And WNBC TV cheers, Flamenco Puro is hot. Flamenco Puro at the Mark Hellinger Theater, now through November 30th only. For tickets, call Charge It, 944-9300.
Every Sunday, visit the Annex Antique Fair and Flea Market, located at 6th Avenue between 24th and 26th Streets. 2 great outdoor markets offer bargains in antiques, collectibles, memorabilia, and much more. Every Sunday, Antique Fair admission is $1. The Flea Market is free. See you on Sunday.
CNN Election Watch, Election Night 86. At the National Desk, Don Farmer and Chris Curl.
Hello again. It's going to be an interesting evening. Already a few surprises. The Democrats have scored their first gain in the battle of control for the Senate. Not necessarily a surprise, this one. CNN is now calling Democrat Barbara Mikulski as the winner in the Maryland race for the Senate seat, being vacated by the moderate Republican who's retiring, Charles Mac Mathias. Mikulski defeated former Reagan White House aide Linda Chavez.
But in Alabama, the Republicans have scored again in the contest for the nation's gubernatorial mansions. Republican Guy Hunt has been elected that state's first GOP governor in 112 years. He defeated Democratic Lieutenant Governor William Baxley for the governorship, being vacated by the retiring George Wallace. Polls now are closed in 24 states and in the District of Columbia. We'll have more calls on more races as this hour continues.
If you've just joined us, we should point out to you we've divided up the country more or less along predictable lines. And one of our colleagues who is covering the Midwest is CNN's John Holloman with some of the races there that have already been settled tonight. John.
Don, it's very interesting. As you know, the Midwest is going to be a test because much of the region is an agriculturally oriented region of President Reagan's farm policy. But in Indiana, in the race between Jill Long and Dan Quayle, Senator Dan Quayle has won re-election in Indiana. CNN has called that already. In the House in Indiana, incumbent Congressman Peter Visclosky beat Republican Costas in the 1st District. In the 4th District, Republican Congressman Dan Coates beat Gregory Scher. In the 6th District, Congressman Dan Burton beat Thomas McKenna. In the 7th, Republican Congressman John Myers has won over Eugene Smith. And in the 9th District, Congressman Lee Hamilton beat Robert Kilroy. In Missouri, we have several races that we can tell you about. In the House, there are 9 districts there. Congressman William Clay has won re-election in the 1st District. In the 3rd, Congressman Richard Gephardt, a man who is thinking now about running for president, has won re-election. In the 4th District, Congressman Ike Skelton, a Republican, has won re-election. In the 5th, Congressman Alan Wheat will be returning to Congress from that district. And in the 7th, Congressman Gene Taylor is again winning re-election. In the 10th District, Congressman John Porter will be going back to Washington. In the 11th, Congressman Frank Annunzio is safe in his race, as is Congressman Phil Crane in the 12th District. In the 13th, Congressman Harris Falwell is safe. In the 15th, Congressman Ed Madigan is going back to Washington, as is Congresswoman Lynn Martin. In the 18th District, Congressman Robert Michael, the House Minority Leader, is safe. Now back to the National Desk.
2 of the more interesting races we are following tonight are the Missouri Senate race and the contest for governor of Illinois. We have live reports now on each of these races, and we'd like to start at Adlai Stevenson III's campaign headquarters in Chicago. Mr. Stevenson ran as an independent candidate, as you know, even though he had won the Democratic Party nomination. There's an explanation for that, which you also may know, and CNN's Eugenia Halsey joins us with all of that.
Don, the polls were supposed to close here a few minutes ago, but 8 precincts have remained open here in the Chicago area because they opened late. There's little activity at the Stevenson headquarters here right now, but Stevenson did do some last-minute campaigning tonight here in Chicago with Mayor Harold Washington, and that would seem to indicate that he hasn't given up anything yet. This marks the end of one of the most bizarre campaigns in Illinois history. Stevenson won the nomination for governor, but 2 followers of extremist Lyndon LaRouche landed on the ticket with him. Rather than run with them, Stevenson resigned the ticket and formed his own third party. But there has been some confusion about where to find his name on the ballot. Polls have shown Stevenson well behind Thompson, but then again, that's what they showed 4 years ago when Stevenson came within 5,000 votes of winning. So no one is counting him out here. Eugenia Halsey, CNN, reporting live from Chicago.
I'm Robert Vito at Woods headquarters. The mood here is one of cautious optimism that Democratic Lieutenant Governor Harriet Woods will upset former Republican Governor Christopher Bond in their battle for the U.S. Senate. Coming into Election Day, Bond was ahead by 7 percentage points. Woods campaigners claim exit polls today show she has now made the race a dead heat. Though at this hour, there has been no confirmation of that, and no one here is cheering yet. Indeed, there is concern on several fronts. Did Mrs. Woods sling too much mud? Some think she did. And by not supporting President Reagan's Star Wars program, did she commit a political blunder? It was a position Bond took advantage of, asking voters if they wanted to elect a person who would ask you to trust the Russians. So for now, campaigners trickle into this headquarters, waiting to see if Harriet Wood becomes the first elected woman Democrat to the U.S. Senate. Robert Vito, CNN, St. Louis, Missouri.
And things are happening in the South already. For an update on seats won and lost there, we go to Ralph Wange. Ralph.
Chris, let's take a look first at the state of Alabama, where the Democrats are doing quite well in the House races tonight. In the 1st District, Sonny Callahan was unopposed. the only Republican in the ones we were talking about right now. And the 2nd Congressional District, William Dickinson will be beginning a 12th term over Mercer Stone. In the 3rd Congressional District, Bill Nichols, another Democrat, who's winning against Whit Guerin. In the 4th District, Tom Bevel, a Democrat, beginning his 11th term, his win over Al DeShezo. In the 5th District, Monty Flippo, winning over H.R. McCarthy. And in the 6th District in Alabama, Ben Erdrich, winning over Morgan Williams. Going to Florida now. Looking in the 1st Congressional District, Earl Hutto will begin a 5th term, winning over Greg Newbeck, an engineer. In the 2nd Congressional District, Bill Grant was unopposed. Also unopposed in Florida, Charles Bennett in the 3rd Congressional District, Bill Chappell in the 4th, and Bill McCollum in the 5th. Now going to the 6th Congressional District, Buddy McKay will begin a 3rd term in his win against Larry Gallagher today. 2 more unopposed in Florida are in the 7th and 8th districts. In the 7th, Sam Gibbons, and in the 8th, Bill Young. Gibbons, a Democrat, Young, a Republican. And in the 9th Congressional District, Michael Bilirakis winning over Gabe Cazares. In the 10th District, Andy Ireland, the Republican candidate, over David Higginbottom. In the 11th District, Bill Nelson, the Democrat, over Scott Ellis. Unopposed in the 12th District, Tom Lewis, who is a Republican going back. In the 13th Congressional District, Connie Mack, a Republican, winning over Addison Gilbert III. In the 14th District, Dan Mica, a Democrat, the incumbent, against Rick Martin. In the 15th Congressional District in Florida, E. Clay Shaw was unopposed. In the 16th Congressional District, Larry Smith, the Democrat, incumbent over Mary Collins tonight. In the 17th, also unopposed tonight in Florida, William Lehman, the Democrat. In the 18th District, Claude Pepper, the incumbent, winning against Tom Brody. And in the 19th District, Dottie Fussell, the Democrat, against Bill Flanagan. Now going to the state of Oklahoma, with the 1st Congressional District showing James Inhofe, the expected winner, over Gary Allison. In the 2nd District, Mike Sidar, the Democrat, over Gary Rice. In the 3rd District, Wes Watkins, the Democratic incumbent, over Patrick Miller. In the 4th District, Dave McCurdy, the Democratic incumbent, over Larry Humphreys. In the 5th District, Mickey Edwards, the Republican incumbent, over Donna Compton. And unopposed in the 6th District, Glenn English, the Democrat. And finally, in Tennessee, in the 4th Congressional District, unopposed there, Jim Cooper, the Democrat incumbent. And in the 9th Congressional District, also unopposed, Harold Ford, the Democratic incumbent. That's a look at some of the southern races as of this moment. Now let's go back to the to the national desk.
All right, Ralph, the southern desk might be appropriate in a manner of speaking, because we're going to look at some of the key Senate races now, specifically 3 in the South. And we'll start with the state of Alabama. Let's look at the boards, and we'll show you what we know right now about Alabama. With 5% of the precincts reporting, Richard Shelby has 55% of the vote, and Jeremiah Denton, the incumbent Republican, the former prisoner of war from Vietnam, has 44% of the vote. Obviously, with only 5% reporting, it's not a significant figure. Let's look now at North Carolina. And in North Carolina, you have the incumbent, but just barely, James Broyhill, appointed to the Senate seat because of the late Senator Hunt, who committed suicide. Broyhill has 52% of the vote, with very few votes reported, only 420 votes, so this is meaningless, but at least it gives you a look at the board. Terry Sanford, the former governor of North Carolina, has 374 votes. We'll be watching that one. It could go either way, they say. Now we'll take a look at the state of Georgia. In Georgia, Weiss Fowler is a Democratic congressman who is challenging the incumbent Senator Republican Mac Mattingly. Mattingly had a lead early on in all the Georgia polls, and right now, however, with 17% of the precincts reporting, Weiss Fowler would seem to be slightly ahead with 71,000 plus votes, 51% of the vote. Mac Mattingly, the incumbent Republican from Georgia, with 49% of the vote. In the last 48 hours, the experts in Georgia have been saying this race is too close to call. Chris.
And there are some races that we can call tonight. I think we should start in Pennsylvania, where Arlen Specter has won his race there. There are other ones to call as well. In Florida, Bob Graham has beat the woman who beat him back in 1980. CNN is declaring him the winner. Republican Senator Paula Hawkins beat Bob Graham by less than 2 percentage points 6 years ago. As you can see, CNN is calling the race for Bob Graham tonight just by a hair. Tom Intier, CNN's Tom Intier, is at Paula Hawkins' headquarters in Florida, in Maitland, Florida, and he has a live report for us now. Tom.
Chris, we got an indication of just how close or by a hair it may be. We were supposed to have an interview with Senator Paula Hawkins in about 2 or 3 minutes. Members of her staff just came down to our interview room here at CNN and told us that Paula Hawkins would not be down for the interview, preferring to stay up in the suite and probably watch the returns earlier or later into the evening. They offered her press secretary to come down to the interview, but said that Senator Hawkins would not be coming down from her suite. So we may be in for a long night here before she either claims victory or concedes. But the interview that we were told that we would be having in just a few moments has just been canceled. That's a pretty good indication that Paula Hawkins will not be making any appearance before her followers for quite a while. She voted earlier today and seemed to be in pretty good spirits, but said a few indications that she wasn't that optimistic, saying that you know, she had life before being a senator and will have life after, and members of her staff talking about if we win, we win. If we lose, we lose. This was long before the polls even closed here in Florida that we were starting to hear talk like that. So we're probably in for a long evening here as Paula Hawkins is holding off the fort in the Alamo up on the 6th floor of this hotel, and we'll probably be staying up there until late in the evening. Don Chris?
Thank you, Tom. Now let's look at the East in general, and for that we turn to CNN's Gene Randall. Gene.
Don, thank you. As Chris mentioned earlier, CNN is projecting Republican freshman Senator Arlen Specter in Pennsylvania a re-election winner over 6-term Congressman Robert Edgar. It was a narrow win for Specter in 1980. It'll be much more than that for Specter tonight. Let's go now to the state of Maryland, where Barbara Mikulski, a 5-term congresswoman, is the winner over Linda Chavez, former liaison office director for President Reagan. This was a hard-fought, sometimes bitter campaign. Mikulski's win puts Maryland back in the hands of the Democrats. Republican Charles Mathias, of course, is retiring. The governor's race for Maryland, Baltimore Mayor Donald Schaefer will be in the governor's mansion. No real contest here. His opponent was former Democrat and now Republican unknown, Thomas Mooney. In Maryland House races, in the 1st District, we project 3-term Democratic Congressman Roy Dyson as the winner over Harlan Williams. In the 3rd Congressional District, Democrat Benjamin Cardin, the winner over Ross Pierpont for this Baltimore-centered district. In the 5th Congressional District, incumbent Steny Hoyer wins over Republican John Eugene Selinger. This district is in suburban Washington, D.C. in Prince George's County. In the 6th District, incumbent Democrat Beverly Byron is a victor. The loser, Republican John Vanderburge. In the 7th Congressional District, where longtime Democrat Parren Mitchell is stepping down, another Democrat, Kwasi Mfume, a city councilman, will succeed him. We have no projections in the 2nd District in Maryland, but it is a noteworthy area because there is a Kennedy running. Kathleen Kennedy Townsend, an attorney, the eldest daughter of the late Robert F. Kennedy. She is running against Helen Bentley. Bentley is the favorite here. Going back to New England, in Connecticut, Democratic Senator Christopher Dodd, no contest here. He will win a landslide over Roger Eddy, underfinanced, unknown, and an easy political target for Christopher Dodd. This will be a 2nd term for Senator Dodd. In the governor's race, incumbent Democrat William O'Neill got a strong challenge from Julie Balaga, the first woman Republican gubernatorial candidate in Connecticut's political history. But CNN tonight calls O'Neill the winner in this race. Massachusetts is known as a disaster zone for the Republican Party, and the governor's race in that state shows it. No real competition for Democratic incumbent Governor Michael Dukakis. Republican George Karyotis quite accurately said he would need a miracle to win. No miracle tonight in Massachusetts. Now back to the national desk.
President Reagan spent some time in Oklahoma campaigning for Republican Senator Don Nickles. He mistakenly called him Don Rickles, the comedian's name, but apparently Don Nickles can laugh all the way to the polls. CNN is calling tonight for Don Nickles. He beat, or probably will beat, Congressman James Jones. That's Don Nickles right there, the Republican. We're calling for the Oklahoma Senate.
I'll tell you a secret. The reason Chris couldn't think of the name Don Rickles, she was so afraid she's going to say it by mistake when referring to the senator from Oklahoma that she blocked it out. Senator Nickles, the winner tonight. Now, the polls in Maryland have closed in the past few minutes, and David French is at the headquarters of Democratic Senate candidate Barbara Mikulski, who CNN has declared to be a winner tonight. David.
Don and Chris, the Democrats are laughing in Baltimore tonight, laughing with glee. The polls closed in Maryland at 8 o'clock, and as the poll results came in from the precincts all afternoon, it was a more than 60-40 split for Mikulski over her Republican challenger, Linda Chavez. Barbara Mikulski is already here in a room with a private reception with her mother, Christine, who's in her 70s. She's thanking her mother and her family and all of her campaign workers and other local politicians who have supported her through this sometimes long and rancorous campaign. Barbara Mikulski plans a victory statement on the stand right behind me at about 9:45 tonight Eastern Time. At Mikulski headquarters, David French, CNN.
All right, one of the races we've been talking about tonight is the race for the Senate in North Carolina. A moment ago, as we were giving you some very early returns there, I referred to the Senate seat being vacated, and when James Broyhill was appointed to that seat upon the death of, I said Senator Hunt. Of course, I meant Senator John East of North Carolina. That race still close, and it's an important one in North Carolina. James Broyhill against the former Governor Terry Sanford. We'll be covering for you throughout the evening here on CNN.
A lot of things are happening very quickly tonight, but if you stay with us here on CNN, you won't miss any of it. We'll be back with more of our election night coverage in just a moment.
This portion of Election Night 86 is brought to you by McDonnell Douglas, making breakthroughs in aerospace and information systems.
The Marines asked for a fighter to be based right at the front, so McDonnell Douglas built the AV-8B. Hospitals asked for a way out of the paper blizzard, so we build the information systems now used in 1 out of 5 U.S. hospitals. Airlines want to save fuel, so we're testing aircraft with new kinds of jet engines to cut fuel consumption over 40%. We are creating breakthroughs in aviation, space, and information systems. We're McDonnell Douglas.
How soft? Jump! So soft. Jump! Ooh, very soft. Jump, 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 jump. Bounce, but so soft, clothes you can't wait to jump into. Jump, feels so good. Jump it, you are the one, so warm and soft around me. Jump, 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 jump. Bounce, but so soft, clothes you can't wait to jump into. Jump.
Tonight, in place of all the scores from the world of sports, get all the live Election Watch results and analysis at 11:30 Eastern on CNN.
Would you pay for something that could make you look and feel better, help reduce the risk of heart disease, the symptoms of depression, and even help control your weight?
$10.
$50. $300.
You don't need Aladdin's lamp. Exercise does all those things, and it's free. For more facts, write Fitness, Washington, D.C., 20001.
There was this guy, a nationally known sports hero. And then I got busted. As a result of my lust for cocaine, I bypassed high and went straight to messed up. I mean, zoom, there was no stopping. Some of you know exactly what I'm talking about because you're taking the exact same ride. A phone call could help you. It took prison to help me.
Call 1-800-662-HELP.
Well, by this time tomorrow night, although some say it could take longer than that, we all should know which party is going to be in control of the United States Senate for at least the next 2 years. Some say the party that wins tonight could, in fact, have momentum going to help them for many years down the road. Let's take a look now again at some of the key Senate races. We'll start with North Carolina. Very few votes there, but you can get a look at the candidates and the opposition. And it could, in fact, turn out to be this close when all of the votes are counted, or a large chunk of them. Senator, the incumbent, the appointee, Jim Broyhill, of the Furniture Broyhills, now with 52% of the few votes cast so far. Former Governor Terry Sanford, who was, by the way, the first governor to support John F. Kennedy in his fledgling bid for the presidency, he has 47%. In Oklahoma, CNN has decided and has called the race for Senator, the incumbent Republican, Don Nickles. Although very few votes are in, it's clear now that Senator Nickles is going to defeat the chairman of the Democratic chairman of the House Budget Committee until he resigned to run for the Senate, James Jones. Now we look at Alabama, where Senator Jeremiah Denton, the Republican, is in a tough battle to retain his seat. As you can see, with 7% of the precincts reporting, he has 45%. He's behind right now, not terribly significant yet, behind Congressman Richard Shelby, who has 54% of the vote.
Tonight, it is all about the balance of power, and we want to show you what seems to be happening so far tonight. 34 states, as we have told you all along, have Senate contests today. We've tried to make it easy for everyone, including ourselves, by color coding. The 12 are held by the Democrats. Those are the red states that you see. 22 are held by Republicans, and those are the blue states. The Democrats have won 8 seats so far tonight. Democrats won 2 of those seats from the Republicans. Those states you can see with the different colors on top of the other colors. Maryland and Florida have changed. CNN called those races within just the past hour. The Republicans have won 3 seats so far, but none of those seats had been held by Democrats, so at least they're safe in those states.
So having looked at the map and having seen some of the key races, let's look at what we like to call the balance of power. Right now, there are 47 Democrats in the United States Senate, 53 Republicans. Clearly, that will change tonight. And let's take a look at what's happening so far. The winners declared by CNN so far, 8 Democrats and 3 Republicans, to make a total of races declared by CNN to be over, 43 Democrats and 34 Republicans. The big question, of course, is what's going to happen to the other 23 Senate seats yet to be decided tonight.
And in Florida, it has been neck and neck between Bob Graham, who was the governor and a very popular governor and running for Senate, and it looks now that he may edge ahead of Senator Paula Hawkins. We want to go to Tom Mentir, or rather John Zarella, who is in Florida at Bob Graham's headquarters. John.
That's right. It appears, at least we just heard from Governor Graham, and the latest poll, the Mason-Dixon poll, was just released, says that the governor may win by 61.2% to 37%. But the big story here in Florida is voter turnout. It may, according to the governor in his press conference, set a record for an off-year election, up to 70% voter turnout in some precincts around the state of Florida. That, of course, because of this hotly contested Senate race and also a very close race for the governorship, the governor to succeed Bob Graham, between Padgett and Martinez, and 2 hot issues, casino gambling on the ballot here in Florida, as well as the lottery, a statewide lottery. Casino gambling not likely to fare well again this time, was on the ballot once before. But the big story evolving tonight in Florida is a huge, huge voter turnout, perhaps as high as 70% in some precincts, and may very well, as we said, set a record for an off-year election in the state. Governor Graham saying that this huge voter turnout could very well help Steve Padgett to beat the Republican Martinez for the governorship. We'll keep an eye on all of that for you here. This is John Zarella reporting live from Tallahassee.
As John told you, a lottery is on the ballot in Florida, along with casino gambling. In all tonight, there are 6 states deciding whether or not to have lotteries. Some of the lotteries have been so successful, as you know, making major headlines around the country with multi-million-dollar winners. In addition to Florida, North and South Dakota, Idaho, Kansas, and Louisiana, or rather Montana, all deciding tonight should we or shouldn't we have state lotteries. Our continuing coverage will come back to you in just 2 minutes.
4 years ago, they said, you can never win the office of governor. You can't run. I said, yes, I can. Yes, I will.
I thought you were camping out at the Malones.
Yeah, you got a blanket?
Miss Malone didn't give you one?
Well, her blankets don't have that nice smell.
Only Downy rinses in that pure, clean April fresh smell while it gets your wash deep down soft.
That's more like it. And it's soft.
Sure, Downy.
You take this one. I don't blame you.
The soft April freshness of Downy.
The big news in nutrition is calcium. But if you're looking for calcium in your cornflakes, we've really got news for you. There's none there. Product 19, Raisin Bran, and grape nuts are nearly bone dry, too. And so are most major brands, except Whole Wheat Total. Now, besides 100% of 9 vitamins and iron, Total's the only major cereal that's an excellent source of calcium. See? Calcium isn't so hard to find if you know where to look. Total, the only major cereal that's a major source of calcium.
Introducing Metaprin, when your body hasn't got time for the pain.
I haven't got time for the pain. I haven't got room for the pain. No, I haven't got time for the pain.
Metaprin with ibuprofen, once only in prescription strength, relieves body pain, even minor arthritis pain fast, and it's safer to your stomach than aspirin.
I haven't got time for the pain.
When your body hasn't got time for the pain, new Metaprin from the makers of Tylenol products.
Alan Abelson, the editor of Barron's.
Usually we buy a stock in the expectation that it's going to go up. The problem is you're buying it from someone equally convinced that it's going to go down. Now, who would you rather be? The person who reads Barron's or the person who doesn't?
Subscribe to Barron's now and get 26 weeks for only $41 with a money-back guarantee. Call 800-257-1257. 800-257-1257.
Psst, hey you, getting ready for another boring night? Tonight, see live races without leaving the city. Come to the Inside Track, New York City OTB's beautiful new facility on 2nd Avenue between 53rd and 54th Streets. At Inside Track, enjoy a clubhouse atmosphere, have cocktails, full-course dinner, place a few bets, and get track payoffs. This is the OTB everyone loves. Don't be bored tonight. Meet your friends at the Inside Track.
The Lumber Store, one of the biggest, littlest lumber yards in New York City. A complete lumber yard featuring plywood and lumber custom cut to your specifications. Shutters, doors, trim, flooring, hardware, and Dutch boy paints. Free delivery available. Low prices, friendly service. Call 243-6900. The Lumber Store, 71 8th Avenue between 13th and 14th Streets. Ask for Hank.
CNN Election Watch. Election night 86.
One of the most watched races tonight was in North Carolina, pitting former Governor Terry Sanford against incumbent Senator James Broyhill. And tonight, CNN is calling that race for former Governor Terry Sanford. He is 69 years old. He is a Democrat. He was the ex-president of Duke University. He's been a supporter of JFK back in the 60s. He ran for president once. Now, the numbers that we have here are maybe accurate at this point, but CNN is calling this race in North Carolina for former Governor Terry Sanford, a Democrat, against incumbent Senator James Broyhill. That race we will tell you a little bit more about later. It's very important, and we'll keep following that for you.
You know, Chris, one of the fascinating things about that contest is that because Senator Broyhill was appointed to fill the vacant seat of the late Senator John East, there are actually 2 places where the voters in North Carolina have to vote for the U.S. Senate, or can. One is to fulfill the term that Senator Broyhill has now been appointed to, which runs, I think, through the 3rd of January. And then, of course, the other one is for the 6 years to follow. So you could have had a scenario tonight in which the election commissioner could have called up and said, "Sir," to either candidate, "I have good news and bad news. The good news is you are the next senator from North Carolina. The bad news is you're only going to be there until the 3rd of January. We don't think that's the case, however, as CNN has now called the race for former Governor Terry Sanford. Right now, I'd like to call on our colleagues, the syndicated columnists Roland Evers and Robert Novak, to talk about that if they like, and also about the issue of morality in this campaign. We talked a minute ago about lotteries on the ballots in 6 states. There is the question of the religious right. Is God talking to some candidates, or is he talking to none, or to all? All of these questions are going to be coming up between tonight and 1988. Gentlemen, your thoughts?
Don, the question of North Carolina and the Christian right coincide, oddly. By the way, in North Carolina, the Republicans, I think, are whistling past the graveyard when they say that their traditional bastion in Western Carolina have got a little better turnout than the Democratic East Carolina. I don't think they think they're going to win that. But what's very interesting, Roland, is that Jim Broyhill is an old-fashioned traditionalist Republican. He did not try to mobilize the Christian right that had elected Jesse Helms 2 years ago. And the question is, you may not, a lot of traditional Republicans may not like the Christian right, but I don't know if they can win elections without them. I don't know if even in a state that's trending Republican, such as North Carolina, whether the Republicans can survive unless they get in bed with the Christian right.
You're saying the Christian right has the same effect on Republican candidates that the black vote has on Democratic candidates down. Thank you, Bob. That's a very interesting comment. I think another interesting thing here, Governor Graham is telling us that instead of a low turnout, which all us so-called pundits and wise guys in the press have been saying and predicting, there is a very heavy turnout in Florida. What does that mean across the country? I don't know. It means that we were wrong on turnout, and that's worth commenting on.
For CNN Election Watch in Washington, I'm Robert Novak.
I'm Roland Evans. Now back to election headquarters.
And we want to return to the South now where things are happening. CNN's Ralph Wenge brings us up to date on who's ahead, who's behind.
Looking now at some of the House races, we're talking again about some of the Democratic moves in the South, especially when we're talking about some of the congressional races. We can see the effect taking place tonight, and especially in states like Arkansas. We have these winners for you in the 1st Congressional District. Bill Alexander, a Democrat incumbent, over broadcasting executive Rick Album. In the 2nd District, Tommy Robinson, another Democratic incumbent. He's winning over Keith Hammaker. In the 3rd District, John Hammerschmidt. He's the lone Republican in this list we're about to give you now. He is also the incumbent in the 3rd District. He's winning over Sue Sargent, who is an artist from Fayetteville. And finally, in the 4th Congressional District, Beryl Anthony Jr., a Democrat incumbent over Lamar Keels, a minister from Camden. So again, we're seeing some good dramatic support, if you will, like you were talking about earlier in the South, and once again, the state of Arkansas is proving that. Now let's go back to the national desk.
And Arkansas's polls just closed a few minutes ago. There are now 26 of the 50 states have closed their polls. Many, of course, those of which have not are in the West. Some crucial states there, some crucial votes coming up tonight. Our colleague Lou Waters is covering it all out west. Lou.
We're going to talk about the state houses, Don. Democratic governors in the West have held a balance of power for years. It's been solid, but after the votes have been counted tonight, there could be a major shift toward the GOP. In fact, Democrats are certain victors in just 2 states in the West. In every other race, Republicans have at least an even chance of winning.
It's deja vu in California, where the contest between GOP Governor George Deukmejian and Democrat Tom Bradley tops the election ballot. 4 years ago, Los Angeles Mayor Bradley, who's black, barely lost to Deukmejian. Bradley repeatedly has said that race is not an issue. What is an issue is the economic health of California, and Deukmejian says he's reversed the state's once lagging fortunes.
We took their $1.5 billion deficit and turned it into a $1 billion reserve fund. We're spending more money than ever before for schools, roads, law enforcement, and toxic cleanup.
A sitting governor is tough to beat in California, especially one as popular as Deukmejian, who enjoys considerable Democratic support. Bradley hasn't found an issue that hurts Deukmejian, who has raised and spent nearly 3 times as much money as his Democratic challenger. 4 of the 5 governor races with women candidates are in the West. 2 of the women are Republicans, and they are given a good chance of winning.
Arlis Sturgeluski. Let's just call her governor.
In Alaska, State Senator Arlis Sturgeluski ran neck and neck with Democrat Steve Cooper, who defeated incumbent Governor Bill Sheffield in the primary. Sturgeluski is expected to make a strong showing. In a close race that could go either way, Republican Norma Paulus in Oregon is battling Neil Goldschmidt. Goldschmidt is a former Carter administration official and ex-mayor of Portland. There never has been a Republican women governor. GOP leaders feel that Sturgeluski or Paulus or both could change that. Arizona also has a strong woman candidate for governor. This one, a Democrat. Carolyn Warner, the superintendent of public instruction, held a comfortable lead over perennial Republican challenger Evan Meacham. However, the late addition of Bill Schultz in Arizona as an independent could cause Warner problems. Schultz is a Democrat who ran for governor last time but pulled out because of family problems. The GOP is tipping its hat to retiring Democratic governors Richard Lamb of Colorado and Ed Herschler of Wyoming. They were very popular Democratic leaders in major Republican strongholds. Republicans Ted Strickland in Colorado and Pete Simpson in Wyoming are even bets to win their races. In New Mexico, this man could mean victory for the GOP. He's Tony Anaya, the current Democratic governor. He's been the subject of FBI and IRS investigations into alleged corruption. The scandal has hurt Democrat Ray Powell in his bid to succeed Anaya and has been a huge plus for Republican candidate Gary Carruthers. Idaho, Nevada, and Hawaii all are expected to elect Democratic governors.
And there are some interesting referendums in the western states tonight. The topics are varied, anything from taxation to the legalization of marijuana. That's an issue in Oregon. But the most controversial issue by far is in California.
Proposition 64 would require California AIDS victims to be registered with public health officials. Doctors would have to report their patients with AIDS.
Under current law, the health department is prohibited from even knowing who these individuals are. Most of the individuals themselves don't know they're infected with AIDS. And this is a biological time bomb.
The proposition originated with Lyndon LaRouche and his followers, who were accused by opponents of spreading misinformation and waging a scare campaign. A judge later made the LaRouche people remove erroneous claims from their pamphlet. The backers of Proposition 64 say it's a modest proposal that lets the state treat AIDS as seriously as other diseases. Opponents say if the measure passes, more than 100,000 people could lose their jobs, and an estimated 47,000 children would be forced to leave school and stay at home. Researchers say the measure would be a devastating setback in efforts to find a cure for AIDS. They say volunteer patients would back off for fear of being reported to the state. It had not been expected to pass, but opponents worry that fear of AIDS could swing voters in favor of the measure. Proposition 63 would make English the official language of California. Supporters say it would clear up confusion resulting from the diverse ethnic mix in the state.
If anybody wants to come to my country, he has to learn my language.
One of the foremost supporters of the measure is Japanese-born ex-Senator S.I. Hayakawa.
The very, very important reason for putting in such a constitutional amendment is to prevent the naming of a second official language for the state or for any part of the state.
Opponents of the measure say it would split the state along racial lines. In Oregon, the issue is marijuana, and if Measure 5 there passes, growing pot in your own home for personal use would be legal.
The issue is, do you want to legalize drugs?
Should adults be arrested for something they're doing in the privacy of their own homes?
Phillips and Sejo are the leaders of the opposing sides of the great pot debate in Oregon. It's the first statewide vote in the United States on marijuana legislation since 1972. And a year that the Reagan administration has declared war on drugs, the measure would seem doomed. But Oregon voters have a history of going against the national grain, and no one is taking anything for granted. Taxes are a big issue in the West. Oregon is trying to pass its first sales tax. Colorado has an initiative which would require voter approval of any tax increase. In California, Proposition 61 could save taxpayers $250 million the first year if passed. It would put a salary cap on elected officials and prohibit government employees from carrying over unused sick leave and vacation time from year to year. And in Montana, these four women are throwing state and local leaders for a loop. They are the Corvallis sisters, and they have a proposal to abolish property taxes.
They want to take it all from the little man that hasn't got anything, and it is not right. There's waste and there's overpaid administration.
The Corvallis sisters have upset the political structure in Montana, and if their measure passes, officials will be scrambling to find ways to generate replacement revenue.
There is another item on the Oregon ballot to watch for tonight. That's the proposition in which voters will decide whether to shut down the state's only nuclear power plant. Recent polls indicate that measure just might be approved, another indication that Americans have increasing concerns about nuclear power in this country. Don.
In just a moment, we're going to look at the Midwest, at the governor's races there and some of the other issues there. But right now, a man from the Midwest who has his eyes on tonight as well as on 2 years from now, 1988 perhaps, Congressman Richard Gephardt, who has won re-election this evening, we understand. Congratulations to you, Mr. Gephardt. Now what for you and your Democratic colleagues?
Thank you very much.
Congressman, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. I'm going to ask you about 1988. What if the Democrats do take control of the Senate this year, and that looks to be a very real possibility at this point, does that make your job and the job of the other potential presidential candidates any easier in the next 2 years?
Well, I think it makes the job of Democrats easier generally. It means that we can drive policy in the country, we can pass bills into the House and get them approved in the Senate, and then send them to the president's desk. I think it also indicates an anxiety on the part of the American people about the future. It gives us a sense that they're dissatisfied with where we are, that we don't have long-range policies for economic security. So I think it's a real plus for Democrats if we win the Senate tonight.
You know, Ronald Reagan, the president, has been campaigning vigorously in the last couple of months for Republicans around the country. We'll know in a few hours just how successful that has been. If he decides to do the same thing for whomever gets the Republican nomination for 1988, how much of a threat is that to you? How much fear does Ronald Reagan's campaigning strike in your heart?
I don't think a lot. I look back at 1960 when Dwight Eisenhower campaigned heavily for Dick Nixon. And at the time, it really didn't seem to work. So I don't think a sitting president who has finished an 8-year term can be that effective in trying to pass the mantle on to some other candidate of their party. I especially think that if we see a Democratic victory tonight, it indicates that even a very popular president can't pass that popularity to candidates of his own party.
You know, Congressman, some members of the House around the country this year who have been running for the Senate have been greatly criticized for not being there for all the votes because they're out campaigning. How can you represent your district in Missouri and run for president at the same time?
Well, I think you can do both. You got to be organized and disciplined, and you got to spend a lot of time on weekends out on the road doing the campaign. But I'm convinced that you can both carry out your duties in the House and be a candidate for both the Senate and perhaps even the presidency.
Congressman Gephardt, again, congratulations on your victory this evening. We will watch with interest as you proceed towards 1988. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
In the Midwest, the polls have closed or are closing. We want to get an update on what is happening in that region of the country now from John Holloman. John.
Chris, there are 6 Midwest governors who are fighting to stay in office as incumbents, 2 Republicans and 4 Democrats. The Democrats hope to capitalize tonight on the farm crisis, which has, of course, hit the Midwest hard. There's several interesting races.
Illinois would be a replay of 1982, were it not for the bizarre outcome of the Democratic primary. Former U.S. Senator Adlai Stevenson III won it, but wound up with 2 running mates who are supporters of extremist Lyndon LaRouche. Stevenson pulled himself off the Democratic ticket and started his own Solidarity Party to challenge Republican Governor James Thompson for a second time. Thompson, one-time boy wonder of the Republican Party, mentioned as a future presidential prospect, is seeking an unprecedented 4th term. But Illinois is beset by high unemployment and a sluggish farm economy, which could hurt Thompson. Michigan could make history. If GOP candidate William Lucas wins, he'll be this country's first elected black governor. Despite campaign help from President Reagan, Lucas was given little chance against popular Democratic Governor James Blanchard, an ex-congressman who's given much of the credit for Michigan's economic recovery. Lucas, an ex-sheriff and FBI man, switched from Democratic to Republican parties before becoming a candidate. Many blacks in Detroit and elsewhere consider him an opportunist and are not expected to defect from Democratic ranks. It's another first for the U.S. in Nebraska, where both candidates for governor are women. Republican State Treasurer Kay Orr and Democratic Mayor Helen Bousalis of Lincoln are neck and neck in a bitter race. Orr aligns herself with President Reagan's policies, but the farm crisis could boost Bousalis into office. In Ohio, a 77-year-old ex-governor wants his job back. James Rhodes has been governor 16 of the last 23 years, but political observers say he's lost the old magic and is running behind the man who retired him in 1982, Democratic incumbent Richard Celeste. In Wisconsin, Democratic Governor Anthony Earl is in a tight race for a second term with Republican challenger Tommy Thompson. Thompson, the minority leader in the state assembly, has attacked what he calls Earl's tax and spend philosophy and accused the governor of leading the state from crisis to crisis.
CNN has just called the Ohio governor's race for Democrat incumbent Richard Celeste over 4-time former Republican Governor James Rhodes. In Iowa's latest polls show the incumbent Republican Governor Terry Branstad is ahead of Lowell Junkins. In South Dakota, Democrat Lars Herseth, the farmer, is expected to triumph over George Mickelson, a man who has been doing farm work every single campaign stop this election season. And in Minnesota, the Democrat incumbent Rudy Perpich is said to be a safe bet. In Kansas, the race is very close, with Lieutenant Governor Tom Docking, the Democrat, versus Republican House Speaker Mike Hayden. Midwest voters are also deciding on a number of issues tonight by referendum. The so-called sin issues appear to be the most controversial.
New lotteries are the key ballot issues in 3 Midwestern states. Kansas is also voting on legalized horse and dog racing and liquor by the drink. Lotteries have been around since colonial days, when they were used to raise money for some of America's first universities. Critics argue a lottery entices the poor to gamble away money they need for necessities. Proponents say a lottery is a good way to raise money without raising taxes.
This is a good business when you take $1 and you give 45 to 50% back to the guy who plays it, not specifically you possibly, but deal, where anywhere from 25 to 30% goes into the general fund.
22 states, 5 in the Midwest and the District of Columbia, now have legal lotteries, and most have been successful. Kansas voters consider gambling on a broader scale. If the horse and dog racing proposals are approved, there would still be no off-track betting allowed. The state would regulate the tracks and betting at them. It's the second time the state has considered liquor by the drink. The last time was in 1970, when the proposal was narrowly defeated. The other big issue in North Dakota is whether to allow retail stores to conduct business on Sundays. Churches have opposed any further relaxation of Sunday restrictions.
While 9 of the 12 states in the Midwestern region are considering some of these referendum issues, 3 of the states, Wisconsin, Missouri, and Ohio, have no separate issues like that on the ballots. Now back to the national desk.
All right, now we've set the scene for you in the Midwest. In just a moment, we'll be going live to some of the candidates' headquarters in the Midwest to see what's going on to their futures on this election night. CNN's coverage continues in just a couple of minutes.
Satellites need maintenance and refueling, so McDonnell Douglas is helping NASA plan a space station that will be an ideal satellite service center. Communities asked for peace and quiet, so we developed a tail rotor that cuts our helicopter's noise in half. Aerospace plane designers need a low-cost way to test ideas. Our simulators evaluate flight systems before they're built. We are creating breakthroughs in aviation, space, and information systems. We're McDonnell Douglas. Business. These days, it's no cakewalk. You want to get ahead? Use the tools of the trade.
Watch your step. Have a nice day.
Use the card rated best by frequent business flyers for travel and entertainment, the American Express card. And use United Airlines to give you more flights to more top business centers.
Tough climb, huh?
Yeah. Look, you know where you want to end up.
Wow. Nice view.
Why not make it a little easier on yourself getting there?
One of these diapers keeps babies so dry, it'll take on any thick diaper. It's drier than all of them. Ultra Pampers. Even when it's wet, it's dry, because Ultra Pampers works in a completely different way. Regular thick diapers can keep wetness next to baby's skin, so when they're wet, they're wet. But Ultra Pampers' thin lock-away core locks wetness away from baby. You can pour on the wetness, but you can't squeeze it out. It's drier than any thick diaper. The winner is Ultra Pampers. Even when they're wet, they're dry. The driest. Now, Ultra Pampers in new boxes of 48 and 32.
In Illinois, the polls have been extended for an hour. They're going to be open for another hour. That's been a very interesting race. Adlai Stevenson, a Democrat, was forced to run as an independent because of the LaRouche candidates who won. He wouldn't run on the same ticket with them, so he has his own party, the Solidarity Party. And Jim Thompson remains the Republican he always has been. Let's find out now what's going on there, and we will go hear about both of those candidates, beginning with Jeff Flock in Chicago. Jeff.
Well, Chris, because of that LaRouche factor, there is a certain air of confidence here at Thompson headquarters in Chicago, and I guess that is only natural when the man is going into a race up by between 14 and 20 percentage points in the polls. However, we couldn't tell you that without mentioning also that it was just 4 years ago to the night that Jim Thompson went into a similar race with Adlai Stevenson. And at that point, he was given a 19 to 20 point lead in the polls. That one wound up perhaps the closest gubernatorial race in Illinois history. We thought that was going to be an early night, and instead we wound up waiting for 3 days before they named a winner. The Thompson people say, however, that the turnout, which they were afraid was going to be low, was sufficiently high not to give them any problems. They were worried that if turnout was low across the state, that perhaps the people that would vote for Jim Thompson may have stayed home and that he might have some trouble. They say, however, that they don't think that's going to be a problem. I'm Jeff Fox, CNN, reporting live from Chicago.
I'm Eugenia Halsey across town at the Stevenson headquarters. As you can see, still isn't much of a crowd here tonight, but the Stevenson people remain hopeful despite at least one network's prediction that they're out of it. They claim that a light voter turnout in the suburbs and a moderate turnout in Chicago is working to their advantage. They say they do not expect a snap decision, and they think it could be a long evening. Incidentally, as Chris mentioned, the polls in 8 Chicago precincts are still open because they opened late. Those votes will be sequestered in case of a challenge, but they will be counted along with the rest of the votes. Eugenia Halsey, CNN, reporting live from Chicago.
In Nebraska, the race for governor is between 2 women tonight. Helen Busalis is 67 years old, a grandmother. She was 8 years the mayor of Lincoln, Nebraska, where her headquarters is located tonight. She's running against Kay Orr, who's 47. They've given their ages out, not us. She's a mother of 2 and has been the state treasurer since 1981. CNN's Mark Walton is at the headquarters in Lincoln, Nebraska now. We have 2 reports. Mark.
Well, Don, really the thing that is most interesting about this race between the 2 women is that sex has simply not been an issue here. The traditional women's issues, the traditional women's groups have stayed out of Nebraska, not because they're uninterested in the race, they embrace it, they're fascinated by it, but because they have nothing at stake here. The premier candidates are women, and the issue of abortion is already settled here. Both of the candidates are against it. So the key issue in Nebraska has been the economy, and the economy. This is a farm state. It's had problems in the past. We'll have problems in the future. We should say that there is something to note of significance here in the area of women as candidates. This is a mark of maturity, this race in Nebraska. Maturity because both of these women have come up through the political ranks to now shoot for the highest office in the state. Kay Orr started out stuffing envelopes for the Republican Party, became the chief of staff to the Republican governor here, and then the state treasurer. Helen Busalis is similarly qualified. Mark Walton, CNN, reporting live from Lincoln, Nebraska.
It's Kay versus Helen Busalis. Busalis is a big name here in Nebraska, and especially big name here in Lincoln, Nebraska, the state's capital. She's been in politics almost 3 decades. She started out on the city council and then served 2 terms as mayor of Lincoln. Now, the first thing you notice about Helen Busalis is her age. She is 67 years old. She's a grandmother. In fact, 2 of her grandsons were running around her headquarters last night wearing signs that says, "Please vote for my Grammy." But despite the fact that she is 20 years older than her opponent, age has not been an issue at all here, and that's probably because Helen Busalis is more energetic than most people I know and leaves most people in her dust. For instance, yesterday she got up at 5:30 in the morning, traveled all over the state, and made her last stop at around 9 o'clock at night here in Lincoln. This race is a very close race. The polls have seesawed a bit, but the latest poll actually shows Helen Busalis 1 percentage point ahead. If she should win tonight, she would be Nebraska's first female governor, and she would also be Nebraska's oldest governor. I'm Jeannie Mose reporting live from Lincoln, Nebraska.
We'll continue now our overview of the governor's races across the country with a look at the governor's contest in the East. Here's Gene Randall.
The East, the Democrats hold 6 of those places now. With any luck, the Republicans will pick up 1 and possibly 2 chief executive spots in the East. But GOP hopes hinge on a couple of key races.
The next governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Governor Bill Scranton.
At one time, Pennsylvania seemed a sure win for the Republican candidate, Lieutenant Governor William Scranton III. His father was once governor, and the town of Scranton, Pennsylvania was named for his family. Democrat Robert Casey comes from a different mold. The son of a Pennsylvania coal miner, he made a name for himself fighting corruption as the state's Auditor General in the early 1970s. Casey depicts himself as a scrapper, running against someone he says has had everything handed to him.
Scranton and Reagan never met, never talked. Scranton, he never makes it to work, so now he's making things up.
The race got nasty when Casey attacked Scranton's absenteeism from the legislature and his past. In the 1960s, Scranton protested the Vietnam War, and in the early 70s, he led a fight for the decriminalization of marijuana. The 39-year-old Scranton admitted to using recreational drugs during that period. He has not said what they were, but in a year when President Reagan has declared war on drugs, Casey supporters hope to cash in on the controversy. They distributed leaflets headlining Scranton's admission, and it appeared the tactic was working. Scranton started with a 12-point lead over Casey, but on Election Day, the race was even. In New York, Democratic Governor Mario Cuomo, up for re-election, may have an eye on his party's 1988 presidential nomination. If so, he needs a big victory to impress party power brokers. With only token opposition provided by Republican Andrew O'Rourke, Cuomo could get a landslide. In Massachusetts, incumbent Michael Dukakis should have little trouble defeating Republican George Karyotis. Dukakis' supporters were so confident, contributions to his campaign all but dried up weeks ago. Dukakis is seen as a dark horse 1988 presidential prospect. In Connecticut, Julie Balaga is attempting to become the first woman Republican governor in America's history, something Kay Orr is trying to do in Nebraska. Balaga was locked in a close battle with Governor William O'Neill. She hoped to win the support of Democrats who viewed her as a moderate Republican, and O'Neill as a member of the Democratic Party's old guard. In New Hampshire, Republican Governor John Sununu was favored over Democratic challenger Paul McEachern, even though Sununu bucks popular opinion on nuclear power. He is a staunch supporter of the Seabrook nuclear power plant, which New Hampshire voters have opposed by a margin of 2-1. McEachern says he would make sure the $4.8 billion Seabrook reactor never became operational. And some Sununu backers were afraid his support for Seabrook could cause his political downfall. Still, New Hampshire has a healthy economy and the lowest unemployment rate in the country, and that should help the incumbent chief executive. In Maine, Republican candidate John McKernan, who started with a lead.
Right now we want to go to Michigan, where a black man is running for governor, and he is now addressing his supporters at the Hotel Ballroom in Detroit.
My friends, let me give you a very short speech. It now appears that our campaign to win the governorship of Michigan has not been successful. But despite that, this campaign has been, for me, a tremendous success. The warmth, the support, the love that I have felt as I've traveled throughout this great state has lifted my spirit and kept me going throughout this campaign. I have met and I now know many of the people of Michigan, and this has been a wonderful experience. I only wish that I could have met them all, had looked each one of them in the eye and explained to them my vision for the future. One of the most pleasant thing about this entire campaign, for me, for Colleen, for Bob Cleland, for Weldon Yeager, for the entire Republican ticket, has been the opportunity to work with so many fine people. Many of you are here tonight. Many of you are seeing me on television or hearing my voice on radio. We want to thank every one of you for all of the work that you have done on our behalf, all of the advance work, all of the passing out of leaflets on those cold and rainy days, everything that goes into making a political system work. You, the volunteers, are really the backbone of the political system. Thank you all very much on our behalf.
This is William Lucas, the former executive of Wayne County, Michigan, which includes Detroit. Mr. Lucas conceding the first concession we've heard live here on CNN Tonight. This was a man who Ronald Reagan campaigned for, who the Republicans hoped would lead their way into getting more minority representation in the Republican Party. But apparently, James Blanchard, has defeated Bill Lucas, and as you heard from Mr. Lucas's own lips tonight, a political defeat, but not necessarily a personal one. We'll have more from the winners and the losers throughout the evening, of course, here on CNN Tonight.
That's right. We will hear some concession speeches and some winners' speeches. Right now, we want to take a break and come back with Mary Alice Williams and Bernard Shaw as CNN's election night coverage continues.
Airwave, New York's largest air conditioning company, is proud to introduce you to the complete line of Electro-Home Humid Air Console Humidifiers. Perhaps the most important addition you may ever make to your home or office. Here's why. Like a houseplant that wilts in dry indoor heat, humans need moisture too. Dry heat leads to dry, itchy skin and dry nasal passages, increasing your chances of getting colds and sore throats. You need moist air, and the Humid Air delivers. Quieter than any humidifier on the market, guaranteed. The Humid Air is loaded with so many unique features, it's the envy of the industry, as it protects you, valuable paintings, and furniture. Compare that with inefficient ultrasonic units like old vaporizers. They only moisten where the small cloud of water pellets land, leading to wet floors, wet furniture, and dust when dry. Choose the Humid Air Console Humidifier. For a free brochure, call Airwave now, 212-933-1011. That's 212-933-1011.
What must I do to convince you? The Leather Collection has the finest selection of sofas, recliners, sectionals, modulars, and convertibles, all in buttery soft leather. I'm talking skin, original skin. Imagine brand names like these are 35 to 50% below retail. So what do I have to do to get you to visit the Leather Collection? Stand on my head?
Visit the Leather Collection at 8 West 30th Street, just off 5th Avenue, 889-634.
Hey, you. Getting ready for another boring night? Tonight, see live races without leaving the city. Come to the Inside Track, New York City OTB's beautiful new facility on 2nd Avenue between 53rd and 54th Streets. At Inside Track, enjoy a clubhouse atmosphere, have cocktails, full-course dinner, place a few bets, and get track payoffs. This is the OTB everyone loves. Don't be bored tonight. Meet your friends at the Inside Track.
CNN Election Watch, Election Night 86. At the National Desk, Bernard Shaw and Mary Alice Williams.
Hello, fresh back from some edible goodies, and we're ready to report to you for the next hour. The battle for control of the United States Senate is beginning to take shape. The Democrats appear to be gaining some ground. They have already won 3 seats that were held by Republicans. In Maryland, Democrat Barbara Mikulski defeated former White House aide Linda Chavez. In Florida, Democratic Governor Bob Graham, a very popular man in that state, has defeated Republican incumbent Paula Hawkins. You'll recall she was one of the 15 freshmen, one of the 15 rookies, as some analysts have called them, the 15 Republican senators who swept into the Senate positions on the coattails of President Reagan in 1980. The Democrats are expected to win 3, or rather win these 2, but they also won the North Carolina Senate race. Former Democratic Governor Terry Sanford bested Republican incumbent James Broyhill. That was considered to be a toss-up. And in Massachusetts, no surprise, but Joseph Kennedy II, the son of Robert Kennedy, a nephew of John F. Kennedy, won his race for the U.S. Congress.
Alabama will inaugurate its first Republican governor in a century this January. We have called the Alabama race for Guy Hunt, who is a farmer, a part-time preacher, and a part-time door-to-door Amway salesman who said that if he won, he would be very surprised. In the key race for the governorship of Connecticut, Democratic incumbent William O'Neill has defeated Republican State Representative Julie Balaga. She was one of 8 women running in this country on major party tickets for governor, and she has been defeated. Balaga You know, I should say 9. There is one independent candidate named Sherry Huber running for governor in the state of Maine. Another key governor's race that we're following very closely is in Florida. A former state representative, Steve Pajek, is running against the former Republican mayor of Tampa, Bob Martinez. If Martinez is elected, he will be the first Hispanic governor in Florida's history.
Indeed, the first. Well, we're going to show you nationally what the situation looks in the gubernatorial contest. 36 states are electing governors tonight. 27 of these slots are now held by Democrats, shown in red. The remaining 9 are held by the Grand Old Party, shown in blue. 7 Democrats won tonight, as we see them there, the red donkeys. None of them has been taken from the Republicans. The Democratic wins include Georgia, Maryland, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York, Ohio, and Arkansas. And Mary Alice, 2 Republican wins tonight. 1 state taken from the Democrats. That's in Alabama, where Guy Hunt Jr. has won tonight.
So this is how the balance of power looks in the governor's mansions across the United States. We went into this election with 34 of the states having Democratic governors and only 16 Republican governors. 7 Republicans and 7 Democrats are not up for office this year. So the current balance is 14 Democrats and 9 Republicans, because 7 Democrats plus the 7 who didn't run make 14, and the 7 Republicans plus the 2 who did run make 9. And again, as Bernie said, only one of those seats has been picked up by the Republican Party. That was Guy Hunt in Alabama. The Republicans are expected to take a majority of the seats in this election. It does not necessarily give them a majority of the governor's races across the nation, of the governor's mansions across the nation.
And of course, Mary Alice, you know, this lends credence to the Republican Party's argument that indeed the South is fast becoming a region in the country where there indeed is a 2-party system. With this Alabama gubernatorial race going to Guy Hunt Jr., it also represents the first time since Reconstruction that a Republican, somebody from the GOP, will be waving the flag from a southern state house. Now, quickly, out west to Lou Waters.
Okay, Bernie, the polls have closed in 3 of our western states. Those are Arizona, Colorado, and Wyoming, and we can report to you one foregone conclusion, and that's for the senator's seat to succeed Barry Goldwater in the state of Arizona. John McCain, who's been in Arizona for only 5 years, has been the heir apparent to Goldwater ever since he arrived in the state and was elected to Congress with $1 million spent over his opponent, Richard Kimball, who spent $150,000. The Democrats thought they would just go through the motions. In the House races in Arizona, in the #1 district, the seat vacated by McCain in his run for the Senate, John Rhodes III, who is the son of the famous longtime Congressman of Arizona, John Rhodes II, wins over his Democratic opponent, Harry Braun. And winning his 13th term in Arizona's 2nd House district, Morris Udall, who has won a 13th term against a cab driver from Phoenix, Republican Shelton Clark. In the 3rd House District of Arizona, Republican Bob Stump, elected to his 6th term. He had no Democratic challenger. Arizona House 5, Republican Jim Colby, running in an extremely strong GOP district. Joel Ireland, the Democratic challenger, an Episcopal priest, barely won his Democratic primary. Jim Colby, elected to the House in the Arizona 5th District. In Colorado, the choice for governor to replace the very popular Richard Lamb, who's retiring, he's going to be teaching at Dartmouth College this fall, is the state treasurer, the Democrat, Roy Romer, over his Republican challenger, Ted Strickland, who's been in trouble all through the campaign. Late in the campaign, Republicans rallied around Strickland to see what they could do. Apparently, they were too late to do anything. Colorado House races tonight. The only sure Democrat all along was the incumbent, Patricia Schroeder. She's been elected to her 8th term in Congress. She defeated her Republican challenger, an educator named Joy Wood. In the 4th District, the only issue there, how to stop farm failures. The incumbent, a Republican, Hank Brown, has beaten his challenger, David Sprague. In the 5th District, that's the seat vacated by Ken Kramer, who's running for Senate. Republican Joel Heffley, we're calling. He's the state senator, winning over the Democrat Bill Story. That's the most Republican district in Colorado, and of course a Republican has won. In the 6th district, incumbent Republican Dan Schaefer has beaten his Democratic challenger Chuck Norris, who got into the race saying all he wanted was a job. He's an unemployed oil man. He will have to seek jobs elsewhere tonight. He's been defeated. Now to Bernie.
Thank you very much, Lou. Back in 1980, Mac Mattingly was a surprising upset in the state of Georgia when he swept into the U.S. Senate seat there. And in his closely contested race, it had been close for a while, nip and tuck with Democratic Congressman Wyche Fowler. It appears that Mac Mattingly indeed continues to enjoy a lead tonight. This is the way the figures look, and I misspoke. The figures are a little bit different. With 23% of precincts reporting, we're showing what you see, 107,000 in so far for Fowler. Mattingly 103, 50 to 49% is the breakdown at this hour.
Another freshman senator who was swept in on President Reagan's coattails in 1980 is Paula Hawkins of Florida. She was facing a very tough election fight from popular Florida Governor Bob Graham. The Republicans poured a lot of time and money into this race. It was very important to them in terms of maintaining the Republican seats in the South and perhaps making substantial gains there. But it appears not to be. It looks as though Bob Graham has handily beaten Paula Hawkins by 55 to 45. Now, that is with only 1% of precincts reporting, but this is a very good barometer, we believe, of the way election night is going to turn out. Florida Republicans have won statewide election only 5 times since Reconstruction, and Paula Hawkins has won 3 of those times.
Let's go out to Oklahoma. Republican incumbent Don Nickles had a battle on his hand. He was being opposed by a Democrat, a very famous Democrat from the House, Jack Jones. We had called earlier, a short while ago, CNN had called that Don Nickles indeed would be returning to Washington as a Republican senator. You don't see much of a percentage in voting here. You see it on the right column, but in terms of precincts reporting, you recall that it was in this race that Don Nickles apparently successfully painted Jim Jones as a liberal. And you know, out in Oklahoma and other parts of the West, indeed the South, and other voting regions of this country, to be called a liberal and have that label stick, Mary Alice, is akin to slow political death.
That's right, and another freshman senator in the South is North Carolina's James Broyhill, who came in 1980. He was appointed to replace Senator John East, who committed suicide only a few months ago, so he's had a very short incumbency in the Senate. He had a very close race with former Governor Terry Sanford, a Democrat, two-term governor who was very popular at 69 years old after being president of Duke. Sanford retired, but instead of staying in respectable retirement, he decided to run for the Senate race and had to mortgage his farm to do it.
62-year-old Republican Senate incumbent Jeremiah Denton, the former prisoner of war who came home, who ran for that seat, is another of those freshman Republicans swept into office by President Reagan in 1980. And so far, this is the way the board looks in this contest. With 23% of the precincts reporting, we see that Democratic Congressman Richard Shelby, who sought to portray Denton as a man more concerned about national issues than the kind of issues Alabamians are concerned about, we see that that lead is holding up at this point.
The races that we have just reviewed are ones in which President Reagan put his personal popularity and reputation on the line, traveling to these states and begging voters to win one for the Gipper one last time. We go to White House correspondent Charles Bierbauer now for a report. Charles?
Mary Alice, all those miles and all that money that the president raised amounts to a major presidential stake in this election. Out on the campaign trail, Ronald Reagan repeatedly told voters that even though his name would never be on a ballot again, by voting for Republican candidates, Americans could vote for Ronald Reagan one more time. The president is not really running for 4 more years. In Florida, Senator Paula Hawkins is running for 6 and happy to bask in the Reagan popularity. For the president's part, he's happy to go almost anywhere, as often as necessary. And when he hears the 4 more years chant, he suggests an alternative.
I'll tell you what, I'll settle for 2 more years of a Republican Senate.
The Republican majority in the Senate now stands at 53 to 47. 22 Republican seats are at stake, and a net loss of only 4 seats would put the Democrats in control. White House political chief Mitch Daniels says the Senate is hanging by a thread.
The problem, as you recall, is that we can win a majority of the Senate races and still fall short of control.
It is the Senate class of 1980 that rode the Reagan coattails to a first-time-in-a-long-time majority that is now trying to stay there. Presidential trappings are a dramatic platform for a candidate, and in his all-out effort to keep the Senate Republican, Reagan is a bit more generous than at least one of his Republican predecessors. In 1958, President Eisenhower said he did not care too much about congressional elections. Ike didn't mind if some who disagreed did not get reelected. Not Ronald Reagan. He's made 4 trips to North Carolina, although Senator Jim Broyhill has opposed the president on textile import controls.
Please cast your ballot for Jim Broyhill for the United States Senate.
Reagan.
Okay, Charles mentioned those presidential trappings. They were to no avail for this woman, Paula Hawkins, just outside Orlando, Florida. Record voter turnout in Florida tonight. Bob Graham, the victor, and she has come down for the first time to make a concession statement.
Her husband David. We have some more Hawkinses, I think. Janine. Well, this is a bunch now. Here comes the team. Joel and Janine, the twins. Matthew. We're missing one. Here. We've lost a child. He's the author of the Missing Children Bill. I hope that we can find Courtney.
She'll find her way. Go ahead.
Someone find Courtney.
Here she comes. There she is. Come on, Court.
Come on, Courtney.
Come on, babe.
There she is. Okay. Just stand right in front like normal. I want to thank all of you from all around the state who worked so hard on this campaign. I see many faces that have worked on a lot of campaigns. It's not over yet, but the early... Well, we're counting hard on Dade County. If the early indicators continue and Bob Graham is elected to the United States Senate, I want to assure him that he will have the fullest support from this senator to make his move to Washington an easy one. I want you all to know that I look back not with regret, but to 6 years ago.
Well, the gremlins have cropped up on this election night. That report from Ms. Hawkins coming just outside Orlando, where she has begun to make her concession statement. You heard her say that she looks at the race with no regrets. Let's go back and pick her up.
And because I love you too, you did know I was there. And we have made a big, big difference. Inflation was in double-digit figures when we went to Washington. Interest rates were high. People faced unemployment lines. And pride in our country had virtually disappeared. Today, I'm proud to report that inflation is down to 1.2%. Interest rates are down. And 10 million more Americans are working today than when I went to Washington. We succeeded in those things that we went to Washington to do in 1980. Today, because we were there, children have a place on the national agenda. Because we were there, people on Social Security no longer have to worry about getting a cost of living allowance increase. People no longer have to worry about Social Security being secure. Because we were there, the nation has focused on the problem of drugs, and we now have an omnibus drug bill in the beginning of a solution. Because we were there, President Reagan could stand toe-to-toe with Mr. Gorbachev and not give up the Strategic Defense Initiative. Because we were there, the young people of America can once again look forward to the American dream of owning their own home. Because we were there, federal income taxes for the average American worker have been reduced 25%. And because we were there, the federal courts, and the Supreme Court in particular, will once again put the rights of the law-abiding citizen above the rights of the criminal. Because we were there, the voice of freedom is being carried to Cuba over Radio Marti. Because we were there, America is great again. And we were there because you cared, and I thank you for caring. My family and I thank you more than you will ever know for this great opportunity to serve you. You are wonderful, and we love you. God bless you.
President Reagan loves Paula Hawkins as a friend and as a fellow party member of the GOP, but that love, that effort, the trips down there were not enough to help her pull it out, even though she had ridden into the Senate on Mr. Reagan's coattails of 1980. Charles Bierbauer, your thoughts. We had interrupted you to go live to Mrs. Hawkins.
Well, Bernie, the president went to Florida 4 times for Senator Hawkins, raised something like $2 million for her campaign, praised her for her anti-drug efforts. But all along, the Republicans knew that that was a very difficult fight against the governor, or the former governor down there. And in the case of coattails, you're right. She rode in on the long coattails of 1980. And it would seem that in this case, no matter how many visits the president made, the coattails were not there in Florida. They don't seem to be there in North Carolina, in Maryland. What we're seeing at this early stage is races being decided on a state-by-state basis, not on the strength of President Reagan's national campaign.
Thank you very much, Charles. Reporting from the White House, Mary Alice, the region.
Bernie, the polls are now closed all over the East. The state of New York, the last to lock its ballot boxes, and I can tell you that New Yorkers tend not to vote till after dinner. So those ballots will just begin to be counted now. We're going to talk to Gene Randall, who's covering the East for us. Gene?
Thank you, Mary Alice. I always ate first. I know the compelling interest in the Senate races in the country tonight, but let's look at a couple of interesting congressional races. First, in Maryland's 2nd Congressional District, a Kennedy family failure. Kathleen Kennedy Townsend, an attorney, the eldest daughter of the late Robert F. Kennedy, fails in her attempt to overtake Republican Helen Bentley, the incumbent congressman from the 2nd District. In Maryland's 8th Congressional District, a real surprise, an upset, a strong race run by Constance Morella, a state legislator. She will win. CNN is projecting a win for Ms. Morella over Stuart Bainham, the Democrat, and this was the seat given up by Democrat Michael Barnes when he ran for the Senate nomination, a race which he lost. And so an upset here, a Republican gain in the state of Maryland. We talked about the Kennedy family failure. There is also a success to report tonight. We are projecting Joseph P. Kennedy II, the eldest son of the late Robert F. Kennedy, winning over Clark Apt, a millionaire businessman from Cambridge. This is Tip O'Neill's congressional seat, the 8th Congressional District in Boston. It was once held by young Kennedy's uncle, John F. Kennedy. So once again, there will be a Kennedy in the 8th Congressional District. As Mary Alice mentioned, polls are closing in New York. We are projecting Governor Mario Cuomo a landslide winner. Just how big we'll have to see. Certainly this will be of enormous interest to the Democratic Party as it looks to 1988 and a possible Cuomo presidential bid. Cuomo was a winner over Westchester County Executive Andrew O'Rourke. Now I understand we're going to the headquarters of Donald Schaefer, who tonight we projected earlier the winner in the gubernatorial race in Maryland.
For what they did. Mark, of course, couldn't have done it by himself. There were thousands of volunteers all over. There was times when we had to go. Mickey went over to Montgomery County and Prince George and sold our ticket, told them who I was, sold them, said, you know, he's not as bad as you think he is. And what he did, he went over there in the tough areas and talked to them about, this is the guy. It's not going to be a mayor for only Baltimore. We are going to be governor and lieutenant governor for the state of Maryland. And he got that message across. The people out in western Maryland, mayors down on the eastern shore, one of them's right here tonight. He's been with me, and I don't want to mention his name. I won't mention Elmer Horsey's name. I just won't do it. But all the mayors, and he typifies all the mayors and the members of the legislature. Don Hutchinson was on the air tonight, and I listened to him, and he said, you know, Mickey and I have a great opportunity because many members of the House of Delegates and the Senate ran with us. And there's a good relationship. And there's those who say that Mickey and I should not have any part in the state legislature. That's an independent body, and he told me that. But we've got to work together. The only way we can succeed if the governor and the lieutenant governor and the comptroller and the senators and everyone else and the state legislature and the people work together. That's the only way we'll succeed. Only way. And then I thought about the news media. I watched an interview on one of the stations, and the guy who interviewed me was on just a while ago, and he said, I hope he's watching. And you know what is amazing? When I say something, every word is analyzed. Every word is analyzed. And I found out what I said, and I really appreciate all the analysis that were made. Well, some of the analysis are totally wrong, absolutely wrong. They were talking about Dew Burns and I. Dew Burns has been my good friend, a fine guy who's going to be a great mayor, going to work awfully hard. And I don't want anybody to misunderstand. They understand that. And there was somebody else analyzing the fact that the legislature is different than the city council. You know, there is one similarity. They're all human beings. They're all human beings. And if you can work with the city council, you can work with the state legislature. All you got to do is say to them, guys, we need you. Gals, we need you. We need to work together. Because the purpose of a vote is to put you in for one purpose, and that's to help people. And if we can get that message over, you're supposed to help people if you get elected. That's what your job is. You placed a great trust in Mickey and I, and we accept it. We will work hard to make Maryland the pride of America. We'll make mistakes, and we'll make mistakes. And there's a guy over there that agrees I'm going to make mistakes. But on the other side, we're going to have some positive things, too. The next 4 years, we'll make good some of the promises. Mickey and I never promised anything that we couldn't do. We sat down with him, and I sat down, and we sat down together. Let's not make promises we can't do. You didn't hear us. What the heck is this? Hey, whoever you are, put your hand up.
Governor-elect Schaefer in the state of Maryland alluding briefly to his ongoing feud with the media in his state. But certainly he is undisputably the leader of the Democratic Party now in Maryland with his big victory tonight. Let's go back to New York, where the polls closed at 9 this evening Eastern Time. Republican Alphonse D'Amato, the incumbent Republican, with a huge war chest, was the heavy favorite in this race over Mark Green, who once worked for Ralph Nader's organization. Once again, D'Amato is the heavy favorite here. In the 31st Congressional District, in the suburbs of Buffalo, Congressman Jack Kemp, a Republican, 16 years in Congress, who got 75% of the vote in 1984, would like to do as well tonight over James Kane, a city councilman. It certainly would be a boost for Kemp's 1988 presidential hopes. Bella Abzug, a name out of the past, 10 years after she left the House of Representatives, is once again trying for a political comeback in Westchester County, outside New York. This is a close race, one we are not yet calling. It is against Joseph Diaguardi, a freshman Republican. Jumping over to Rhode Island, the one-term governor, Edward Dupree, is winning a second term against Democratic broadcast executive Bruce Sundlun. There was a good economy, is a good economy in Rhode Island. Dupree tonight, a political beneficiary of what he calls an economic renaissance. In the 1st Congressional District in Rhode Island, Fernand St. Germain, who has been in Congress an awfully long time, 26 years, chairman of the House Banking Committee, had problems in the campaign because he is under investigation by the House Ethics Committee. Trying to take advantage of that, GOP State Chairman John Holmes, who made a strong bid, had a lot of big-time help. There is no call here yet. In New Hampshire, Senator Warren Rudman of Graham-Rudman fame is projected as a re-election winner over former Massachusetts Governor Endicott Peabody. There is a third-party candidate here, Bruce Valley. He is simply there, not a very big factor. Governor John Sununu in New Hampshire will win a third term despite his support for a nuclear power plant, which polls show is opposed by most voters in the state. Paul McEachern, the Democrat, made the Seabrook facility his rallying cry for the campaign. Apparently, it did not work. Sununu has proven too popular with his voters in New Hampshire. In the 2nd Congressional District in that state, Republican Judd Gregg, the incumbent, is seen winning another term in the House over Democrat Lawrence Craig Green. And Gregg is part of what's become, in the past few years, a resurgent GOP in that state. I just got some instructions which I didn't understand. Tell me again. We are going back to the national desk.
Back indeed we are. Thanks, Gene. You know, Mary Alice, every time we go to Gene Randall in the East, I'm reminded that there's a sleeper going on in Vermont. While Madeleine Kunin appears to be headlong into being reelected to the State House, there's a woman running for lieutenant governor. She's a Republican. Her name's Susan Auld. And if both she and Governor Kunin goes back to the State House, if both win tonight, it would be the first time in our nation's history that women have occupied lieutenant governor's position and the governor's position, although there's the caveat that if each candidate fails to get more than 50%, it goes into the State House. So we still have some interesting races out.
Okay, and CNN's election night coverage will continue after this.
This portion of Election Night 86 is brought to you by McDonnell Douglas, making breakthroughs in aerospace and information systems, and by the American Trucking Associations. Safety is our driving concern.
The Marines asked for a fighter to be based right at the front, so McDonnell Douglas built the AV-8B. Hospitals asked for a way out of the paper blizzard, so we build the information systems now used in 1 out of 5 U.S. hospitals. Airlines want to save fuel, so we're testing aircraft with new kinds of jet engines to cut fuel consumption over 40%. We are creating breakthroughs in aviation, space, and information systems. We're McDonnell Douglas.
Out here, this is my office, and a day's work is a lot more than just putting in time.
Professional truck driver Ken Harrison.
There's just no way you can spend 40 or 50 hours a week behind the wheel and not think safety every minute. You could drive the same road every day, and every day to be different. Different traffic, different weather, different situations. You got to think about them all, because when you get right down to it, they don't pay me to drive. They pay me to deliver safely.
Look, Mom, we're celebrating 2 brand new sizes of Ultra Pampers, now in new boxes of 48 and 32. Incredible Ultra Pampers. Even when they're wet, they're dry. Because Ultra Pampers has an ultra-thin lock-away core that locks wetness away from baby skin so effectively you can't even squeeze it out. Even when they're wet, they're dry. The diaper we love, Mom, in the sizes you want. Ultra Pampers, now in 48 and 32.
Would you believe that eating chocolate gives me the same feeling as being in love? It's true, but don't tell my boyfriend. You see, lately I've been spending a lot of time with my latest obsession. New Double Dutch chocolate from General Foods International Coffees. An inspired blending of rich, luxurious chocolate and smooth coffee that satisfies my innermost cravings anytime I want it to. Sorry, Michael.
New Double Dutch chocolate, the incredibly chocolate coffee.
Airwave, New York's largest air conditioning company, is proud to introduce you to the complete line of Electro-Home Humid Air Console Humidifiers. Perhaps the most important addition you may ever make to your home or office. Here's why. Like a houseplant that wilts in dry indoor heat, humans need moisture too. Dry heat leads to dry, itchy skin and dry nasal passages, increasing your chances of getting colds and sore throats. You need moist air, and the Humid Air delivers. Quieter than any humidifier on the market, guaranteed. The Humid Air is loaded with so many unique features, it's the envy of the industry, as it protects you, valuable paintings, and furniture. Compare that with inefficient ultrasonic units like old vaporizers. They only moisten where the small cloud of water pellets land, leading to wet floors, wet furniture, and dust when dry. Choose the Humid Air Console Humidifier. For a free brochure, call Airwave now, 212-933-1011. That's 212-933-1011.
CNN Election Watch. Election Night 86.
The final decisions on this election night in the United States are coming in very fast, and right now we take a look at Missouri, where Democratic Senator Tom Eagleton is retiring. CNN is calling this race for former Governor Christopher Kit Bond over his opponent, Democratic Lieutenant Governor Harriet Woods. This was the best chance the Republicans had for taking a Democratic Senate seat away from the Democrats, and it appears as though they've done it after a very acrimonious campaign.
The state of Alabama is making history tonight. A gubernatorial seat vacated by an old veteran, George Wallace, who's retiring this year. We have shown you that in the call for this state, with 31% of the precincts reporting, Jim Hunt, or rather Guy Hunt Jr., is the winner in this. That's the call we're making. He has 56% of the vote to Bill Baxley's 43%.
And in the Alabama Senate race, that is a very close one that both parties were very interested in. Senator Jeremiah Denton, who is a freshman, a class of 1980, is facing very stiff opposition from Congressman Richard Shelby, a Democrat. Both are conservatives, as you can see. Both are running very close with 31% of precincts reporting. Jeremiah Denton is a Vietnam POW, was a prisoner of war for 7 years, and he pulled in the big Republican guns and money on this one. We'll see if it's paid off.
Out in Oklahoma, a Republican who was swept into office on Ronald Reagan's coattails apparently has hung on tonight to go back to Washington. We're calling this one for Don Nichols, the incumbent. With 18% of precincts in, Mr. Nichols is managing to hold off Jim Jones, the House Democrat, so famous for his efforts against the federal budget to hold it down and deficit spending. It was quite a somewhat dirty campaign, and the thousands of dollars they spent in their advertising. Jones holding up the blow dryer, and as you know, Jones is balding and trying to paint his opponent as otherwise, but Don Nichols apparently was successful in painting Jim Jones as a liberal in that state, in that race, Mary Alice.
And in Florida, the man running for the governor's seat vacated by now Senator-elect Governor Bob Graham. In this one, Bob Martinez, who is the Tampa mayor, could be the first Hispanic Republican to serve as governor. He's launched the most serious threat to Democratic control of the governor's mansion in the state of Florida in 20 years. Steve Pajak, the Democratic opponent, has been in the State House for 11 years. It looks like, well, we have called it for Bob Martinez, the mayor of Tampa.
And a short while ago, when you were with us, you saw that Senator Paula Hawkins, just outside Orlando, Florida tonight, finally came downstairs and made the concession with one caveat. She said that if the returns continue as they appear, it seems that one of Florida's most popular politicians in history, the governor who decided to oppose her, is going to be going to Washington. Bob Graham with, well, this shows you that just 3% of the precincts have reported, but we're calling this one for Bob Graham, the governor who decided to take on Paula Hawkins. 56% of the vote to her, 43%. This has to come as a grand disappointment to President and Mrs. Reagan, and as Charles Bierbauer indicated, Mary Alice, Mr. Reagan had gone into Florida to try to bail her out.
In the very tight Senate race in the state of Georgia, it looks like it's going to turn on how many voters come out and vote. Congressman Weish Fowler, the Democrat, is giving some stiff opposition to Senator Mac Mattingly, a freshman senator. It looks pretty close, and Fowler is leading so far with 36% of precincts reporting.
Wade indicated to you that it's going to be a long night, and one of the reasons why will be that race out in Nevada where Jim Santini is the hand-picked or chosen person chosen by Paul Laxalt, the Nevada Republican who is retiring. Mr. Laxalt, not only an extremely close confidant of President Reagan, but also a friend. Senator Laxalt is watching things very closely. It's been nip and tuck out there, Senator. First of all, as we come to you, Senator Laxalt, have you heard anything from your home state that we haven't heard?
No, not really. We have only conflicting reports. We had one news gathering service indicating a slight lean for Congressman Reed. Another indicated to me several minutes ago is too close to call. So I suspect it's the situation is essentially as it was when I left it a few hours ago. I think it's going to be a very close race.
Senator, do you buy the speculation that if your man loses tonight, that this is really going to be quite a noose around your political neck as you decide whether or not you want to run for the White House in 1988? Do you buy that analysis?
I don't think that I do. My political people certainly don't. They don't think there's any connection. They don't think this race was a referendum on Paul Laxalt. And as one of them pointed out to me a couple of days ago, this should pose no bigger problem for Paul Laxalt than it does for Gary Hart in the event that Colorado goes Republican.
I'm itching to ask you this next question. The president crisscrossed the country, as you know, and the last thing he did was appear at that airport stop in Las Vegas. What have your Republican tracking polls shown you after Air Force One was wheels up?
Well, when he was in the Reno area, we had a hype in the numbers probably from 3 to 5 points, and in Las Vegas comparably the same. So there's no question about the positive effect of a Reagan appearance in the state of Nevada. We're neighbors, and he's enormously popular there. So I would think that if Jim Santini's very close, he was quite a ways behind. It's principally due to the fact that the president made those last 2-minute appearances.
Does your gut tell you that the Democrats and Dean will pick up the 4 seats they need to become the majority in the Senate?
No, my gut doesn't permit me to do that. Our problem all along has been obviously the numbers. We've got many more seats up than the other side. And in fairness to the other side, they went out and solicited very good candidates, conducted good campaigns. Well, I think at this point that as far as the Republicans are concerned, I think it's almost miraculous that we're thinking still in terms of holding the Senate with as many seats as we have up. And right now, I think it's dead even. We could hold it or we might lose it slightly.
If you lose it slightly, will President Reagan be able to deal with the Senate?
Well, he'll be able to deal with it far less effectively than he has with Republicans, to be sure. But if it happens to go that way, he's gone that route before. When we were fellow governors of neighboring states in California and Nevada, I watched him work very effectively with democratically dominated houses in the California legislature. The ball game will be a lot different for him and much more difficult, however.
Okay, I just want to tell you that you will be missed in the United States Senate. We thank you for coming and talking with us. We hope to catch up to you later on tonight. Mary Alice.
And Bernie, now we're joined by Senator Paula Hawkins in Florida, who has just given a gracious acceptance speech that has ended a very long and difficult campaign in the state of Florida. Senator?
Yes.
How are you surprised at the way this came out?
It was a tight race all the time. We faced uphill odds, having a very popular governor who has been in-state and very actively seeking this office for many, many years. I was sent to Washington 6 years ago, and that's where I worked, and I'm very proud of the record we established there.
In your concession speech, you stated the principles of your platform, the one that you've carried throughout this campaign. What are you going to do now? Is that it for Paula Hawkins in politics?
Oh, I'm sure that I have many opportunities. Life doesn't end with one loss like this. I have a wonderful family, wonderful future, and a great record. I'm very proud that I made a difference while I served in the Senate.
You were very closely aligned with President Reagan, a very good personal friend of his, and he worked very hard on your campaign, and the Republican National Committee put a lot of money into that campaign. Why didn't that work with such a popular president?
Our state's very unique in that we have, I believe, about 20% of the voters have moved to Florida since 1980 when I was elected to go to Washington. Those are brand new voters and knew the governor very well. They love Ronald Reagan, but there may have been some local issues they felt they would rather vote on.
What about the media, Mrs. Hawkins? A lot of GOP officials in your state and certainly people in your own campaign said the media was treating you unfairly.
Well, I agree that they were. Some of them. We have a lot of good friends that traveled with us. Some of the editors need to be re-educated on how to be fair and impartial, but maybe they're still teachable.
Thank you very much for being with us, Senator. We appreciate it. Best of luck. Bernie?
Thank you, Mary Alice. Going quickly now to a race we called earlier, perhaps about an hour ago, the Tar Heel State, North Carolina. There will be a new Democrat going to Washington. We're calling former North Carolina two-term Governor Terry Sanford. The winner in this race with incumbent Republican Jim Broyhill. You'll recall that under tragic circumstances, Broyhill was named to fill out the term of Senator John East, and Broyhill running on his own. We only showed 13% of precincts reporting in North Carolina, but we're calling this for Terry Sanford. They called this the gentleman's campaign, Mary Alice, because both candidates were very gentle to one another, and of course in the back of their minds was a very tough campaign, the bitter campaign a couple of years ago in North Carolina, and people still remember that fight in which Jesse Helms, of course, won and went back to Washington.
And Bernie, as relatively positive as that campaign was, we're about to discuss the Texas governor's race, which was one of the biggest, nastiest, most expensive shoot-'em-ups in Texas state history. It is a rematch of a bitter contest in 1982. Governor Bill Clemens, the Republican, was the first Republican governor from the state of Texas since Reconstruction. He was elected in 1978. In 1982, the Democrat Mark White took the governor's mansion away from him, and Bill Clemens has been fighting to get it back ever since. As you can see, with 20% of precincts reporting, Bill Clemens does have a lead. White is talking about yellow dog Democrats. That's the line you're going to hear tonight. What it means is Democrats who are so democratic that they would rather vote for a yellow dog than a Republican. Well, White has had to go court yellow dog Democrats. That's how close this race has been. CNN is calling a very important win for the Republican Party. Not a surprising win, but important. Former governor of Missouri, Christopher Kit Bond, has beat back Lieutenant Governor Harriet Woods to take the Senate seat that Tom Eagleton is retiring from. That is a Republican taking a Democratic Senate seat. And Bond is the winner in the state of Missouri.
Okay, now let's take a look at the nationwide Senate map to see how things look. 34 states have contests today. 12 are held by the Democrats. These are the red states again. 22 are held by the Republicans. The Republicans, we've colored the states blue. So far tonight, this is the way it looks. 10 Democratic wins tonight that we've called. 2 within the past hour. 3 states, 1 from the Republicans. Those states, North Carolina, Terry Sanford, we mentioned. Florida, Bob Graham over Paula Hawkins, whom we just heard from. Maryland, Barbara Milkowski. We have in the blue 6 Republican wins tonight, 3 within the past hour, and that's the way it looked. Mary Alice?
We're going to interrupt you, Bernie, right now and go to Ohio, where former Governor John Rhodes is giving a concession speech. He fought an uphill battle to take the place of Governor Richard Celeste in Ohio.
I've always worked to build, construct, and cultivate the best of this state, and I shall always be grateful for the help I have received from people from all walks of life. Today, the voters saw fit to elect my opponent. I wish the very best for the state of Ohio during his next 4 years. I tried to call Governor Celeste at the Bon Court Hotel to congratulate him. I'll send him a telegram to the governor's office. There'll be no questions tonight, as I will go to the intensive care unit following this presentation. I'll remain in Columbus with my wife tonight until she gets better. Thank you.
Governor James Rhodes of Ohio, former governor, a 77-year-old man who won his first election in 1938. He was a mayor of Columbus, Ohio for 12 years. He was state auditor for 10. He was governor for 16 years. He threw away the high-tech technological tools of this year's campaign and ran old-fashioned shaking hands and getting out the vote campaign. He was never given a great chance to win. Let's look at the Senate and the balance of power in the Senate right now. This morning, when you went to the polls, there were 47 Democrats in the 99th Congress and 53 Republicans. Right now, according to the number of people who've won so far, the current balance is 45 Democrats and 38 Republicans. This includes 66 seats in which there was no election, 35 Democrats and 31 Republicans. CNN has declared 10 Democratic winners and 7 Republican winners so far, and we really are at the halfway point. There are 17 seats yet to be decided. The Democrats have gained 3 seats in North Carolina, Florida, and Maryland, and the Republicans have gained 1 seat in Missouri.
Of course, ultimately, what's to be decided tonight is power, raw power in the United States Senate. Whoever controls the Senate sets the legislative agenda. If the Democrats are able to get the 4 seats they need, they will give President Reagan a difficult time. And you have the committee chairmanships up. You have the question of who will head the Senate Judiciary Committee. Will Strom Thurmond have to step down for Edward Kennedy or Joseph Biden of Delaware, and on and on and on. There's so much at stake.
It gets very arcane. We're going to be talking a lot about that through the night, including the good news and bad news aspect of the Democrats taking control of both houses of Congress before they go into the election of '88.
CNN Election Watch will continue in a moment.
Asked for a fighter to be based right at the front, so McDonnell Douglas built the AV-8B. Hospitals asked for a way out of the paper blizzard, so we build the information systems now used in 1 out of 5 U.S. hospitals. Airlines want to save fuel, so we're testing aircraft with new kinds of jet engines to cut fuel consumption over 40%. We are creating breakthroughs in aviation, space, and information systems. We're McDonnell Douglas.
That cool, refreshing feeling of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum puts a sparkle in your eye, a spring in your step, and makes things lots of fun. It's that little lift from Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. It's that little lift. Come on and get you some. That clean, fresh taste Wrigley's Spearmint's got. That little lift that means a lot. It's that little lift from Wrigley's Spearmint Gum.
Introducing Metaprin, when your body hasn't got time for the pain.
I haven't got time for the pain. I haven't got room for the pain. No, I haven't got time for the pain anymore.
Metaprin with ibuprofen, once only in prescription strength, relieves body pain, even minor arthritis pain fast, and it's safer to your stomach than aspirin.
I haven't got time for the pain.
When your body hasn't got time for the pain, new Metaprin from the makers of Tylenol products.
In the trucking business, you learn very quickly not to take anything for granted.
Professional truck driver Ken Harrison.
What's ahead? Over the hill or around the next curve? That's what you're always thinking about. You check it, because you have to know it's working. If it's not working, it's not safe. And if it's not safe, It doesn't belong on the road. That's the way it has to be because nobody pays me to drive. They pay me to deliver safely.
The most expensive per capita race in Senate history has just concluded in the state of South Dakota. Freshman Senator James Abnor has not been able to beat back a very strong challenge from one of the Democratic Party's brightest young hopes, Congressman Tom Daschle. CNN is calling this race for Tom Daschle, who went around campaigning, asking the question, are you better off than you were 6 years ago, echoing Mr. Reagan's winning sentence of 1980.
Now, quickly to Washington. Bob Novak and Rollie Evans, who've been watching these latest developments that have occurred in the last 10 minutes. Let's hear your thoughts.
Roland, no use still fooling around. There's no question that the Democrats have recaptured the Senate, maybe substantially. It may be 53 votes, 54, even more. What happened to President Reagan's coattails?
The coattails never work in an off-year election. The president's political advisors did him in. I think he liked to campaign, but they did him badly on this. And one of his best friends told me a minute ago, I know what this is going to do to Ronald Reagan emotionally. Coattails don't work, but he's coming out of this election with brass knuckles to fight the Democratic Senate in his last 2 years, and I agree with that. The
fascinating thing is that while there's this substantial Democratic win in the Senate, this is not 1958. The Republicans are going to pick up about 8 governorships, including Texas and Florida, 2 central states as far as 1988 presidential politics are concerned.
And it's not 1982, and it's not 1978. There was no national issue in this race. Coattails didn't work. It was each man for himself. But the result of it is going to revolutionize the last 2 years of the Reagan administration, in my opinion.
What's it going to do with Republican politics for the future as far as this warm and woolly kind of theme making goes?
Let's hope it does something good.
For CNN Election Watch in Washington, I'm Robert Novak.
I'm Roland Evans. Now back to Election Nationals in Atlanta.
Thank you, gentlemen. And CNN's Election Watch will continue with Chris Curl and Don Farmer after this.
Roland's quite...
Flamenco Puro, Broadway's new smash hit, is simply sensational. 100% terrific, raves the New York Times. The Daily News calls it mesmerizing. And Women's Wear Daily writes, magnificent moving theater. WOR-TV says it takes your breath away. And WNBC TV cheers, Flamenco Puro is hot. Flamenco Puro at the Mark Hellinger Theater, now through November 30th only. For tickets, call Charge It, 944-9300.
What must I do to convince you? The Leather Collection has the finest selection of sofas, recliners, sectionals, modulars, and convertibles, all in buttery soft leather. I'm talking skin, original skin. Imagine brand names like these are 35 to 50% below retail. So what do I have to do to get you to visit the Leather Collection? Stand on my head?
Visit the Leather Collection at 8 West 30th Street, just off 5th Avenue, 889-634.
Hey, you. Getting ready for another boring night? Tonight, see live races without leaving the city. Come to the Inside Track, New York City OTB's beautiful new facility on 2nd Avenue between 53rd and 54th Streets. At Inside Track, enjoy a clubhouse atmosphere, have cocktails, full-course dinner, place a few bets, and get track payoffs. This is the OTB everyone loves. Don't be bored tonight. Meet your friends at the Inside Track.
The Lumber Store, one of the biggest, littlest lumber yards in New York City. A complete lumber yard featuring plywood and lumber custom cut to your specifications. Shutters, doors, trim, flooring, hardware, and Dutch boy paints. Free delivery available. Low prices, friendly service. Call 243-6900. The Lumber Store, 71 8th Avenue between 13th and 14th Streets. Ask for Hank.